I said earlier that we're doing things just a little bit different, because this is a segment of the program in which we carry the libation. So before we go any further, the libation this morning is going to be of a different nature. We're going to be in this segment of the program for the libation. You know, of course, the theme this year is from Taino to Marcus Garvey, and we'll tell you much more about that as we go through the program. But because this is a very, very special libation, which has to be done before anything else, literally, we are going to be joining on the stage members of the Taino delegation who have come in for this very, very special tribute. Two chiefs, as we told you throughout the week, are on the stage along with other members of the Taino delegation. We tell you much more about them. Kasike Sibanakan, Kasike Mukaro Borero, Hakum, Dalekenje, they're all on stage, I think. We're not seeing the stage directly, but Muta and Kishima can direct me otherwise. But the libation is entitled The Ceremonial Call to the Directions. The ceremonial call to the directions. We want to take it live on stage for this very, very special libation. Wherever you are on the grounds, you should be focused on what's happening on the stage, because we have never seen anything quite like this in Jamaica. A ceremonial call to the directions. Going live now to the stage. Muta, you can tell me if we're ready for stage and for the Taino's ceremonial call to the directions, which is coming up right now as we celebrate and pay tribute to Mwalimu Marcus Garvey. Right after we're through with that, we're going to be linking to you live all the way. All right, okay, we're going straight to the stage for the Taino's ceremonial call to the directions.
Takahi, Waitiao, Daka, Mukaro, Aguibana, Boriken, Taino, Daka. Taigwe, good morning, everyone. My name is Roberto Mukaro Aguibana Borrero, and I'm a member of this delegation that's here this morning. And we wanted to start things out in your beautiful homeland and our beautiful homeland, because this is one of our ancestral homelands, and we feel very honored to be here with all of you. But we wanted to start out as our ancestors did, and greet the sun as it's rising. And so we're going to do this call, but I just wanted to introduce the other cacique who is here.
Everybody feel when they listen to
I come from the island of Boriken, known as Puerto Rico. We are very happy to be here with you this morning. And we will be sharing part of our history and culture with all of you. Thank you for having us this morning with you.
Start to the east of the rising sun. Remember our beginning. I will remember the Father Sky. Say, are we going to remember Father Sky, connect with that energy. Yokahu Bagwa Marakoti is what we call him, one of the names. It's the spirit of the yucca, the cassava, and also of the sea, without a male ancestor. Yokahu Bagwa Marakoti. Next, we kneel down to touch the earth, our Mother Earth, for us, many names. Itiba Kahubaba, Kagwana Atabeira, and the names go on and on. But it's to remember our connection every time we walk, every time we move, our Mother Earth.
O kama guatucan temi sobaiko.
And this last sounding of our guamo, of this shell horn that we call guamo, the last direction, the seventh one, is for all of us to connect us as family from time beginning to now. I want to thank you all for your patience, for being with us while we call in those energies from every direction. And we remember at this time all those who are here and all those who can't be with us. And that's why we send that call out for all of our relations, whether they're the humans, the animals, the creatures in the sea, the energies all around us. Some say spirits, some say ancestors. However you see it, we know how we see it, but it's all good. So we want to say thank you for this time. We say, Hahom Guaitiao. Thank you, relatives.
Yeah, that was a different kind of ancestral tribute given the four east, west, north, and south, recognizing that all of these things represent something of value to the spirit. We are here in Rio Nueve with the IrieFM crew and the Running African program. So we know that a lot of you is leaving Kingston, Westmoreland and all these places to reach here. There's quite a few ones here already from last night. And we know that things will be getting warm up soon. Andrea is by there.
Put the radio for 107.1.
Anyone hearing me out there from the IrieFM crew? Anyone have a mic there?
Yes, Muta.
Oh, Mr. Asphalt, how you doing?
Yes, Mr. Baruka.
So you just witness a tie. It's the first I witness a tie in no libation, you know.
Yes, I mean...
Yeah, for those of you who don't know what a tie, you know, we're talking about. This is what them call Arawak. We used to call them Arawak when we never know better. Now we know better, we call them tie, you know, because that is the name that them go by, you know, them way there. So we have to represent the name that them really choose to call. And right here in Ryan River, we have some what we call tying up people, really. For those of you who is coming from afar, you will be able to see some real tying up people. I have actually seen a lot of them in other places in South America, but it's the first time on the Jamaican soil I have ever witnessed a libation by actual Taino people. The first people of Jamaica, the same people where you see them put on the coat of arms. These are the people we're talking about right now that is here with us, celebrating Marcus Garvey's Earth Day, 126th Earth Day. And we have a big lineup soon. We'll be having a group of young people marching right into this ground here, beautiful ground, the sea on one side, river on the next side, and the road on the other side. And it's really wonderful. I mean, like you have never really seen a place like this before. Coming from anywhere on the main road. If you're on the main road, you will never even know that right behind a gas station, this is what is happening around here. It's a really big piece of land. I think they say it's about 30 acres of land that's spread out right over. And trust me, if you turn at the gas station and go right round and come round over the little bridge, you'll be really surprised to know that a place like this is here. So, we know that the thing will be getting better right through the day. We'll be here, IrieFM will be here almost through the day. We'll be having different things happening, performances, speeches. We know Julius Garvey will be here, the son of Marcus Garvey. We know that Steve Biko's son will be here. We know that Dr. Ray Hagins will be here. I know Dr. Ray Hagins is our specially invited guest speaker this year. It is going to be a very explosive lecture given by this man who has really generated a lot of interest since the interview we did on Wednesday. So we just want you to know we have food, a lot of food on the compound here, a lot of craft, and everything that is necessary for you to stay here until the place get dark up. So why don't you stick around for that? So, who out there now? We have anybody out there from IrieFM here?
Still there, Muta, still there.
You just did it, so?
Yeah, man, I there.
You just did it, so?
Yeah, man, I have to take in the whole vibration, you know? Yeah. It's good, though, to realize that these people were once inhabitants of this country, and we know of the whole history and how they got extinct in this country. But good to see how they do their thing and how they usually do their thing, you know, especially on this ground, historic ground, which is the battleground, basically, the last place where the English defeated the Spanish, right in this vicinity. So it's just whole nostalgic, historic, everything you can talk about in terms of the feeling here.
I think we want to talk to one of these Tainos, you know. I need to talk to one of them that I can put it down in my resume. We have Keshima here dressing me. Good morning, Keshima. Keshima has been busy from last night. I don't know if she got sleep yet. We want to get to one of these brethren here. Very important that we talk to one of them.
And a wonderful feeling here. The miners are still here, and they are being surrounded now by a crowd. And believe you me, they are really showing what really used to happen in this island.
Brethren.
Yes,
I'm standing here with the brethren that was doing the libation. I'm say your name is again.
Yeah, you know why the people.
Mukabo Aneguab.
Mukaro Aguebana.
Aguebana.
So you could just call me Mukaro.
Okay, like you say, I'm MUTABARUKA, but you don't say Muta. Anyway, I was just asking you if there's a networking of Taino people that you can describe exactly. Because I say Rico.
Yes, my family lineages come from the island of Boriking. That's what we call it in our ancestral language. In the common language, in English and Spanish, we say Puerto Rico. But the Taino people, our ancient people, live throughout the Caribbean. And our peoples, our chiefdoms, our networks extended from Puerto Rico to Jamaica or Jamaica, right? Cubanacan, Cuba, Haiti, which is Dominican Republic and Haiti, and also into the Baja and to the southern tip of Florida. So we were traveling all through those islands, and of course we had many relations in the Lesser Antilles with Dominica, St. Vincent, Trinidad, and all the way into Central America, trading with the Maya peoples, right, and into North America, trading with the people who lived in Florida. But you could see that our people traveled from island to island using the great canoas, or the canoes, which is where you get the word canoe from our word canoa. And our people traveled in canoes that could hold maybe over 150 people right at a time. At that time, our people were strong. You know, they didn't have the artificial preservatives and everything else that's happening in the world. But they lived naturally connected with the earth at every moment. They worked hard. They played hard. They loved the life, loved the land. But they traveled from island to island. And unlike the Spaniards who came and made war on us, our people had a philosophy that we would make relations, family relations, right? So from village to village, from island to island, the chiefs would marry their daughters into families, right? So then when we traveled to another island, we wouldn't be going to see strangers, we'd be going to see family. Like we're here today, we have family here, right? So then the people would not come out with the arrows, right? Because we say, hey, you remember we're related to you, right? So our people extended throughout the islands by love, not war, right?
All right, we can ask you something, because when I was going to school, we were about two set of people that occupied Jamaica before the Spaniards came. They were the Caribs and the Tainos. Now, I want you to explain to me two things. One, where did your people come from originally? And what is the relationship between the Arawak and the Taino and the Caribs?
Yes. Our people originally came from the earth. Right, that's what our stories say. That after the flood, we came out of the caves in the ground in a sacred mountain called Casiba Hagua, right? In these mountains called Cauta, and here in the Caribbean, right? So we were born from the land. But some people say that some of our ancestral lineage comes up from the Arawaks, from Guyana, from Suriname, those people. And today, we can still connect to them because we have a very similar language. So we interchange, and we have regional organizations that connect and so that we can continue our family lines. The Caribs, or who the people call Caribs, are really the Kalinago people. Kalinago. Right? And Caribs are another group of people who up from South America, and they intermarried with our people. So the people in the islands, they were also to us. But history tells us that, the Spanish history tells us that we were at war with Arabs, and that's not so. That's not. There was a lot of interchange. Our people had arrangements with them, that they live in the land. Sometimes battles between each other be over some things, but our people work for peace, and they are our relatives. So they didn't come after us to eat us and those.
As school it would appear to us that the Caribs were, and they said that the Caribs were Arawak.
Muta, I think you need to ask about the question again. Ask about the question again. You were breaking up.
I don't hear you.
You were breaking up. Ask about that said question again.
Oh, okay. We're doing it for radio. Yeah. Right. What I asked you before was that where did the Tainos originally come from, and what is the relationship between the Caribs and the
Yes. You want me to say that?
Yeah, I'm say it too. Yes.
Our people are come from the islands. That's what the ancient stories say. But we know that we came from the cave Kauta, from the mountain Kauta, out of this sacred Kasiba Hagwa, and this is after the flood when our people emerged into the light. Our relationship with the Caribs, there's a lot of mishistory presented because we didn't get to tell our story, right? Somebody else wrote the story. So that's why we're here, to try to set some things straight. But the Caribs were another communities of people who call themselves Kalinago. And they came into the islands, and many of our people interrelated with them through arranged marriages and through allows. So they had their territories, but our peoples were in the larger islands like Puerto Rico, Cuba, Jamaica, Haiti, the Bahamas, and all throughout those regions. And we had these relationships with them. The reason why this idea about the Caribs were eating the Arawaks and we were at war is because, remember, we were also victims of enslavement, right? And they had to justify slavery somehow in their minds, why they were enslaving other humans. So they had to create somebody who was evil, right? So then they had to create a good Indian and a bad Indian, right? And so unfortunately the Caribs were the bad, fierce Indians, right, that ate people and that committed atrocities. And we were the peaceful Arawaks, right? And so but when our people fought against the Spaniards, they would call us Caribs, and then they would enslave us, right? So this is how they took the great chiefs and the leaders of our communities. These people are rebelling, they must be Caribs, right? And then they could take them into bondage, right? And that's what happened with us.
All right, so you had a period in the Taino issue where when the Spaniards came, for instance, in Jamaica, we were taught that the Spaniards came, the Arawaks greeted them with fruits and this and that. And we know that the Spaniards didn't understand what the Taino was saying. Now the Taino was what the Spaniard was saying. But we got the feeling that there was a discussion taking place. And the Spaniards now said this is in the name of King Ferdinand and Queen Isabella. But what I want to ask you, you know of any resistance against the Spaniards' invasion to the islands, where we can say this was a main historical event in Taino history, where the Tainos actually, just like the slaves who rebel in Jamaica, rebellion, Samsha, whatsoever. Is there a specific period where we can identify and say this was one of the biggest uprisings against the Spaniards coming here? Because it would appear to us that, based off of what we get in history, it would appear to us that the Spaniards come here, the Arawaks were so loving, them give everything, and then the Spaniards kill a lot of the Arawaks, take over the islands, and that is it. And these passive people just give up them whole place for the Spaniards.
Yeah, that's not how it went. There's evidence and there's historical documentation of uprisings from the very beginning. Our people we come from a place, that people call paradise, right? These islands. And our mentality, our philosophy is based on that. We have a year-round growing system. We have the bounty of the sea. All these things created a philosophy in our people that, yes, we would give and give because that's how we made peaceful relations. But we had that to give because this is where the Creator put us, right? This is where we were chosen to be, right? So when the Spaniards came, of course, we gave them things because we saw other trading partners. Now, if you're going to be making an axe, right, that takes like a month to make the blade, and somebody's going to give you a metal axe that you could do things very fast, you want to trade with those people. You say, oh, I could use this, and let's give you for that. And so, of course, we wanted to make the relationships. Our people made what we call Guaitiao ceremony with some of the Spaniards. Guaitiao is like a blood ceremony. In our minds, this is a binding treaty. This makes you family. Even if we weren't from the same mother, you become family like that. The Spaniards abused that. You see, abused that hospitality from our people. So right in the very beginning, after Columbus left the first time, in one of the main islands in Haiti, in Quisqueya, in the Dominican Republic, Chief Kaonabo came down and wiped out Columbus's group there. Right, that's in Haiti. Right in the very beginning, because when Columbus left, the people that he left started to abuse the people, started to dishonor the women, steal and misuse them. So there was a battle right away. But remember, Columbus came back with cannons, rifles, dogs, attack dogs, right, that were trained to kill people. They were fighting the Spaniards for, right, hardened killers. This is what they were about. So they already had in their minds that they were going to be taking over, colonizing, because they had taken most of their resources already. When they left Europe, most of the trees were cut, their animals were killed, they were out of their resources, they needed to renew, right, and this is where they... So they would try to make peace treaties, and then they would violate the treaties right away. One of the first major uprisings in the Caribbean, in the first peace treaty in this hemisphere, Cacique, we call him Guarocu, Spanish Enrique. They made the first treaty because they had in Haiti, the Republic and split.
Mota?
Yeah.
I think you need to come round to the front of the stage.
But it go feedback if you come round at the front,
I don't think so.
All right.
Just come forward. And I think, for clarity, think everything that was said a while ago you have to repeat, because it's very interesting and it was breaking up. We're talking about a history that is not actually spoken about in the Caribbean here from the original people perspective. We always get it from the invaders perspective. Now we getting it from the original people, and it's always good to hear from the original people what really came and transpired in those times. So we have to write our own history, because really when the invaders write your history, you become the beast. Right.
They say that if the hunter write the story about the lion is the aggressor, the beast. If the lion was to write the story, you would know that it is the hunter that really come into the space of the lion and make him become what we call savage. So we're talking about this uprising in Haiti. It appears to me that Haiti have a history of first uprisings. And this is I think someone told me that they call it the reign of the arrows. That is what the history said, that this is the reign of the arrows when the Tainos in Haiti rise up against the invaders. So you can give us a little insight into that rebellion?
Yes, well, what I was talking about in Haiti, in Quisqueya, because the island is big, so many different communities, different tribes of Tainos would call it different things, But we were talking about the war between the Spaniards and the Tainos, and this was led by a great cacique, who in our language we call him Guarocuya, and it has to do with the starlight, right? And Guarocuya saw the condition of the people right away, how the Spaniards were abusing them. They were enslaving our people, because they weren't here to plant beans; they were here to look for gold, right? So they didn't want to do the work, but they used that force. They used the superior military power, right? As I said, they had cannons, they had attack dogs, they had horses, and these were things that we were not used to. We were not even a warring people in a way. When our people had disagreements, we had a very sacred game that some people say that's how soccer came around, or volleyball, that we called it batu. And when the villages would have disagreements, they would do everything they can. We were very diplomatic people. They would do everything they can to avoid any kind of conflict, that violent conflict. So what the chiefs would do is they would organize a game, right? And these games would be taking place. And at the end of that game, that would be the decision. And the people would agree to that because that's how they saw the connection, the spirituality of that. So they would take that to the court, to that sacred court. And this is the way and afterwards everybody would eat together, right? Have a big feast and celebrate, right? But that's how they would do that. And they would honor those agreements. We were people of our words, right? Because that was our connection, right? That's our spirit talking, and we have to be connected in that way. But when Cacique Guaracuya saw the condition of his people, the massacres and the violations of the peace between our communities, he had no choice but to gather followers and say, we're not going to deal with this anymore. And so he went into the hills, Haiti, like Jamaica here, many mountains, right, that were very hard for the Spaniards to get to. So there was areas that they could hide. Plus we have a lot of also caves, right, that people could go under and use those. So they had a series of guerrilla warfare that went on for many years in the 1500s. And at the end of that, they kept trying to trick them, which is what they were doing. They would try to get the peace. They'd say, okay, let's call all the caciques or the chiefs. We want to come and make peace. And then when the chiefs would come, that's when they would launch their ambush, right? So after a while, we figured out that's not going to happen anymore. They're not keeping their word. So Guaracuya, when he made that peace treaty, he made sure that he was in a ravine. On one side of a mountain, the river, and the Spanish on the other side. And they had to treat that way so that they couldn't capture him. And that's how he was able to do that. And from there, part of the people in the Dominican Republic were able to have a bit of freedom, right? But by that time, they had also started the enslavement of our African brothers, right, and sisters, right? So that this is how this cycle was beginning.
All right. Is there any record of Tainos being taken from the Caribbean to Europe by the Spaniards? And we're in Spain. Is there a community of Tainos that we can find in Spain? Because obviously they carried Africans from here to Spain. The British carried Africans from here to England. Given that they found Tainos here, did they carry Tainos from here to Spain?
Yes, very early on, they captured our people and took them. They were the first ones crossing the Atlantic the other way, right? And they took them to the Spanish court, just like the way that they brought Africans over. Naked, cold, in a new environment that wasn't of theirs, diseases that they were not used to. So many of them died on the way. Just a few left when they were going over there. So we didn't have a real community, but from what I hear, that the few Spaniards, after they saw the condition of those there, they allowed some of them to go free. Some of them wanted to go back, but apparently some of them mixed in with the gypsy communities. Followed by the Tivoli Marching Band and the Interschools Secondary Challenge, and right behind them, the children of the UNIA, Baltimore Marcus Garvey. And they got a you are hearing me and you are behind us, but what we have is really a beautiful scene leading out from Store Chapel. We have approximately 200 people here in Lake, or maybe just about that. There's about 200 people.
Plants are right now on the ground. From range, probably from 2-year-olds to, who knows, probably 80, 90-year-olds.
The youngest one
is 3 years old, heading up, leading the parade, the Tivoli, the UNIA children. It's a celebration and a tribute to Mortimer Marcus Garvey. Lots of persons on the ground here with us also, walking in the parade. Veteran journalist Devon Evans, veteran journalist Jerry, and many others from the Stewart Town community. See what's happening here, Nick? The Stewart Town community just head out to do it. Stewart Town is one of the lives. You'll probably come across, and we know that, the people will be out as early as possible to be a part of this, and they are. They don't disappoint when it comes to a parade. I'm telling you, the people are their home, and I don't know how far down they're going to go with us, but they're watching, and we love that. But we have to have a taste, because I think we have to get closer to the Tivoli market. And what I like here on the ground is we have the police escort with the lights flashing. And behind, the parade is about how many feet long, Nick? I would say about 100 feet long. Well, not feet, sorry. I'm so used to meters. I would say about 300 feet. All right. It's really a nice sight, and if you're anywhere near here, Stewart Town, you need to come out and be a part of this. As you can see, Andrea, some people really walking with us on this journey, and this is what we had hoped, and it's happening. People hope they do know this. They're walking on the platform. The parade is on one side, the parade is on our left going down, and the community on our right. And they've just decided to join the parade. I'm really wondering if they're going to walk all the way to the village. But let us see. What I like about the inter-school secondary challenge, the brigade, moving on county, this is a contingent of young men and women who are smart neglected. Very much. They look so smart in their uniform. It makes me want to join them. White blouses and the maroon sides down the sides of the skirts of the pants, and also the and I like wow, what do you call that, this lady? Well, they're marking attention, a part of a marking attention. Marking the spot or something. Anyway, it's the one where you just on the ground. Left, right, in one place. That's what's happening there, and I'm telling you, uniform and brilliant. And look at this behind us, just beside us. These are the UNIA children. I believe that one at the front, Andrea, is about 2 years old. And these are the small children. It's going to get good little water. And these are small children who are in their black top and green top, and that is in order. The red, the black, and the green. The black. Exactly. The UNIA flag, as you'll hear in the proclamation later today. And we see also members, as I said before, all kinds of belonging to all kinds of organizations, because you can tell from how persons are dressed, those who belong to specific organizations who have joined the parade. Members of the Black Caribbean community have joined the parade in this area. So we have to say, they just waited on us. And decided we're going to go down with them. So once we say we're coming out for a good... It's not about sponsors, and we want to talk about them in a little while. But we want us sponsors on the side of the road to talk to some of those members of the different uniform groups, because it's a parade of uniform groups in celebration of Marcus Garvey on the ground here from Stewart Town, leading all the way to the Nyahbinghi village. By the way, tonight is the one safari. And if
you'll be saying, it's still a night.
Right, as you rejoin us here at the Garvey. 126 years today since the birth of the first national hero, the father of Pan-Africanism, one of the greatest captains who ever walked, Marcus Garvey. We are doing it fine. Even someone's conduct system to try to over there. I saw Morgan on the ground. Our technical engineer on the ground is and there at the ground, actually near the MUTABARUKA team of Francis, concrete asphalt, Ras Takura himself. What are you doing on?
If you have to leave us, Andrea.
All right, look, let me tell you, we had a wonderful time out there, walking beside one of our sponsors and our partner in the business, talking about the end of the village. Looked to me like this was a walking morning. Walk away on the top walk. Good morning, Amanda.
Good morning, Andrea. It is a lovely, bright morning.
It is, isn't it, Amanda? Have you ever seen anything like this before?
Not at all, and I went in after 4 this morning, and I'm still here.
Oh, so did I, and here we are. Mr. David Wilson, how are you doing, sir? We're heading for the real neighbor village, this property. How you feel, my brother?
Excellent. This is awesome. Never seen anything like this before, and we have people here from the community walking along with us. We have the marching band. It's just awesome.
It is definitely awesome as we head towards the real neighbor village. So who's in charge of the village while you're here? Nika, who in charge of the village?
Our ancestors take very good care of the property.
I know, Amanda, you are right.
I hope the signers are listening, but they know that until David and
we have people in wheelchair, and the group that's marching in the parade with the UNIH children. We have 2 young people who are being pushed in a wheelchair right now. You know what I like about this? Dr. Cook, I know he's not hearing me now, but Dr. Cook is responsible for the welfare of people on the ground. And Dr. Cook is ahead of the parade dancing. He's doing very well, though. He's directing everybody. Dr. Lifeline pretty care, 24-hour service.
I have to
Dr. Cook, good work. Quite a few members of the team walking with the parade. Paramedics, very clear that they are paramedics. They're dressed that way. They're walking with their stethoscope.
They're walking with the paramedics.
Okay, well, I was on top of the walk. We're just heading to see what's here again, Nick.
About the
We're just passing Emerald Estate, and we see people peeping through windows and all that. I hope it's follows too. But one thing I can say, those who started out with us at Stewarttown are still with us.
Definitely so, and it's really a nice parade. People look pictures and the blood just taking pictures. It's really a wonderful feeling, and we still have about anyway, guys, come out and join us. Just step out of your house and come out and join us, because we are with the Marcus Garvey, which will be different than the red one.
All right. The children of the Garvey, the UNI, they started many years ago, ensuring that Hollywood's Marcus Garvey. Hello, everyone, people. Hello, good morning. Just making sure that Marcus Garvey's message is delivered to Dr. Julius Garvey on the ground, who will be reading the message from Marcus Garvey. Once again, we want to welcome to Jamaica our very, very special guest who have come in for this, Nicholas. We want to welcome to Jamaica Dr. Julius Garvey. We want to welcome to Jamaica Dr. Ray Hagins, Nkisonathi Biko, Dr. Miranda Annie, and come in the Tainos from the the China community.
I want in Glenmuir institution. We know that people heard about the Irish and I personally have been several who flew in. Yes, this is part of their vacation, and I'm here to celebrate with us.
You put them here. Everybody watch.
Person on the side is there. And Dr. Queen, I just asked questions. You sure they want?
I want to walk with us. 2 members of parliament are walking with us. And you know what? I think I'm hugging up a painting man right here. Look at me, it's independent. Hello, good morning, Mr. Jolan.
Good morning, how are you?
I'm very happy to see you on this board. And you're come to Kanye in a similar color sneakers. What do you think about what's happening here in tribute to Mwalimu Marcus Garvey?
I think it's a wonderful gesture, and as I said when I was on your program a week earlier, you know, I'm happy that the location has changed, even though it's originated at IrieFM in St. Anne. We're now in Western Century at the Red Village. And I'm glad, because we do have to pay tribute to our national heroes and give them the respect which is due to them utmost.
Never talk to you for long because I need to hug up Prince Steve because we have to hug him up to walk, you know, and I'm going to ask him one of a question. Nick, you all right with that?
I understand that Shima and Muta has something very exciting going on there. Shima?
Yeah, they have something exciting on the ground, so if we're going to hug up a little while, go right ahead, Shima. Are you hearing us, Kishima? All right, we're not hearing on Kishima and Mojah right now, but we want to join them because we want to find out what that exciting bit of news is from the Nyahbinghi village. But I'm walking with Member of Parliament for South East, St. Mary, and Nick, you're walking with Member of Parliament for...
Yes, Dr. Green in South East. I'm a St. Mary, Dr. Green in South East.
Oh, Dr. Green is South East St. Mary. Yes.
Dr. Green at this time, Andrea, how does it feel to be a part of this Marcus Garvey celebration?
It feels really great. As a matter of fact, you know, when we start to recognize and honor our heroes, a person like Marcus Garvey, I don't think he has got the real recognition that he deserves. So it is an honor to be out here this morning, to see all the marching band, to see the children, little children marching, see the Rastas, to see even some Christians out cheering. It is really remarkable. Really remarkable.
I have been saying that this is probably the largest Marcus Garvey celebration annually nationally. What's your thought on what you have so far at the start of today's challenge?
Well, I have seen it, but this is really tremendous, and I'm sure that it will grow as we move along. I can see people joining in right now as we move along, and I'm sure that it will grow and grow and grow for the rest of the day.
One thing I can tell you, when we reach Rainover, by the time it gets to about 10 o'clock, you will be more than pleasantly surprised with what you see, because if you think you're seeing anything here, just wait until you reach Rainover village.
I agree that. I feel it. I can feel it from now.
Nick?
All right, thank you.
Look who we run into right here, Nicholas. This is Mayor Lieberman. Mr. Freeman, how you doing? Mayor Freeman, how you doing, sir?
I'm feeling fresh and young.
Are you come to, I know, not only that, I know you come to work. Yes.
Well, I'm well geared for work.
Well, let us work. How you feel about what's happening in your parish, sir?
Well, I'm appreciative of what's going on. I must say it's my second year as mayor participating in Marcus Garvey affair. And last year, Julius.
Mr. Mayor, you can walk in the road, nobody knocking you down because you are the mayor. All right, go ahead, sorry.
I stick to the rules.
Okay, all right, you're saying last year?
Yeah, Julius was actually entertained in my office when we had a ceremony for Taki. MP Sylvia was also there, and we had a wonderful time. The turnout, everything. But this year, I must say, I appreciate the actual event taking part in my parish.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. We'll talk to you again on the road as you continue to walk. I know you can walk faster than me, so I know you're pushing off. Thank you very much for this. And we still have with us...
Yeah, we have quite a number of participants. We have MP Sylvia, MP Queen, Festival Queen, plus other individuals. So, we
well taken care of in terms of participation.
That is quite fun. We really appreciate that, to see the kind of unity that comes as a result, and in the name of Mwalimu Marcus Mosiah Garvey. It tells us that so much that can be done when we all focus on the same issue for the same or for similar purposes, right, Mr. Joel Silvera?
Definitely. He preached unity, and therefore when you unite together, all difficulties can be overcome.
Thank you very much, Mr. Joel Silvera, Mayor Freeman. Nick, you're still with Mr. Green, Member of Parliament for South East St. Mary. They're not to be area for those persons who are wondering. Western St. Mary, St. Mary, that is Joel Silvera's constituency. I know you had some concerns about the levels of crime in the country. You have spoken about that. What does something like this do to curb and to address some of the issues that we face as a people, Mr. Green, Dr. Green?
Well, as I've said on a previous occasion, if we listen to the sayings of our era, especially Marcus Garvey, we realize we have come so far as a country to reach where we are. We realize that the reckless killing and domestic violence, it don't worth it.
All right, I'm agreeing with you on that. Give me your own sense of what you're feeling and seeing here with so many children, young people participating in this parade.
Today is a day when it makes you feel proud to be black, because many times we don't really recognize our greatness as a race. But today, when we come out to honor Marcus Garvey, when we see the children marching, the marching man and everything, when you see the crowd standing in as you move along, people are just joining. The whole recognition of Marcus Garvey and his saying, it is really indeed a great pleasure to be out here, to be a part of this.
All right, I'm going to allow you to get back to the other members of Parliament and politicians who are walking. But I know they're walking with the people. And I can tell you, Nick, I don't see you anymore. I'm not quite sure where you are. But
we're behind you at the moment, Andrea. But I'm still following what's happening. There are a few people who can't walk as fast as you guys are doing. And I don't want to leave them, so enter I'm with them.
Oh, that's where you are behind us here. Okay, I see what you mean. All right, that's definitely true. Here we are, just a little bit ahead of Nicholas and Ricardo for our technical engineer on the ground. As we, right now, Nicholas, you know this area a little bit better than me, I think. What would you say that we are right now? How do we tell people where we are? All right, I can describe this. We're just heading to the brow of the hill that will take us closer to that descent towards the Rio Nuevo bridge, because we're going to the Rio Nuevo village. As I say good morning to CVM Television, who is on the ground conducting interviews and filming this. Listen, this is a historic occasion for many of us. This celebration of Mwalimu Marcus Mosiah Garvey. Last year we did the parade from to the Rio Nuevo village, and now we're heading in the other. Hello, how you doing? Hello. How you doing?
Fine.
Hey, listen, on the radio, how you doing?
Fine.
How are you?
Fine.
All right, these are just young people. How you doing? Fine. What? Cool. Okay, we're going for a break.
Well, Angel, I'm not taking a break at the moment, it would seem.
All right, I thought we were going for a break. That's what I was told by Eric. Good morning again. All right, as we come to you live from the...
That seems to be slowing down. It appears the parade is leaving us.
Hear you, Nick. Say it again.
It appears the parade is leaving us. Is it that you're getting tired?
Leaving us, but the parade of people who have joined the parade, we find ourselves with them. We have to pick up speed, Nick. This is not working. Mr. David Wilson and others are ahead of us, and I know they're not fitter than us. So we're going to move ahead. We're going to move ahead.
I'm moving as fast as he was.
We're coming to you live from the route between 2 Tour Town and Renewable Village. I don't know how much longer I'll be able to keep up the talking because now I'm literally...
We visited here today. Especially this place. Yes. Because we have little areas in New York City where we can go and find solace. We can go and make our offerings to the elders and to the ancestors. And growing up in New York City, it's very rare. All you see is these tall buildings. All you see is police patrolling. And with that experience is overwhelming in and of itself. So, when I came here, those little crevices, those little wooded areas came to mind. And I said, well, you know what? When I go back, I'm going to visit those spaces because they remind me of what I experienced when I come here. Yeah.
So this is your first visit in Jamaica? Or is it your first visit in Jamaica?
Yeah. It was a wonderful one. It's been a wonderful one so far.
All right. You say you're born actually in Mexico. Have you ever come across the Mayan culture? And if you see any between, I don't know how long you was in Mexico, if you was there when you were just a child, or you have returned there, but you see any connection between the culture and the Mayan culture?
Absolutely. I was born there and came maybe 1 year, 2 years old as a little baby. My mother is Mexican or Mesoamerican Indian. She's Wisharitari. Okay. Wisharitari, we're also known as Huichol. So that whole area, we were one of the most rebellious against the Spaniards, but that whole area has a commonality in culture. So not only the Mayan, but also the Aztecs, also the Olmecs, right? We have a commonality in our culture. But one of the things I was telling the elder sister is that the more I dug into my own culture, partly because of the inspiration of people like Marcus Garvey, people like Carlos Cooks, was the more I dove in, the more I saw the commonality not only amongst other native cultures, but of native peoples throughout the world. In particular, the Yoruba of West Africa, also the Akan, also the ancient Egyptians and the ancient Sumerians. The more I learned of my culture, the Taino, the more I saw that there was a commonality in all indigenous cultures throughout the world. In particular, the native culture of the Americas, being that we are descendants of what some people call proto-Mongoloid. They talk about us coming from Asia, and people automatically assume that these are the people that are in Asia today.
Thank you very much, Muta. As you continue to rejoin us from the parade here in St. Mary, it is tribute to Mwalimu Marcus Garvey. The parade has led from Tour Town, and we're heading to the Renewable Village. Nick, this is a brilliant and a beautiful occasion.
Well, Andrea, so, and as I observe the parade, I'm seeing all kind of things, including some of our pets being a part of the parade, because I'm looking at a black and a brown dog, and they have been marching with us. I noticed they have been coming with us all the way from Stewart Town. Even our pets appreciate that here for Marcus Garvey.
We want to say thanks to our sponsors, Nick, because without our sponsors, this would not have been possible.
Let me say thanks to Vietcom Don Robin.
Expectations.
Let us say thanks to Couplestone Tusi. They have been with us from the very first Marcus Garvey celebration. Let us say thanks to Contractor Music Let us say to Money College. I was impressed with what I saw happening with Money College yesterday on the ground. I was really impressed with the amount of people who are out there basically trying to find out how they can get some higher learning. And, I just personally that interested in higher learning.
They also contact Jamaica grant for accommodations and so much more. Thanks also to Island-wide Home Refurbishing. Thank you very much.
Island-wide is in the mark.
Island is in the mark?
It wasn't.
All right, and Nick, we want to talk to some of the persons who are marching. And as you can see, we are not as well as they are doing because we're a little bit behind. But behind me, some ladies who are trying their best with the march. How are you doing?
All right, I'm fine.
Where are you walking from? Wow, you tired?
Yeah, I'm tired.
Me too, no, you're holding on to you?
Yeah.
What's your name?
My name is Dorothy.
For walking with us?
Andrea. I mean, she heard about the march a long time ago and decided to practice.
Like I walked this morning.
So how do you feel about the whole Marcus Garvey celebration, what you've seen here?
Good. Learn the children more. They have more experience about it. You know, that they can, when they go to school and teacher ask them about it, they can tell stuff what it is like.
Okay. Want to say, coming out?
You're welcome.
All right, there we have it.
A little man who has been walking with us also from Stewart Town, just walking by him as we try to get to that part of the parade, which is really the end of the parade, the back of the parade in terms of the uniform group. But I'm catching up with the advanced cardiac former life support. I might need it. I think I need this, boss. How are you doing?
All right, how are you? Everything good?
If you're for the morning, I don't like what's come up with us. Cardiac support. What are your views on what's happening? What's your name first?
My name is Tommy. I think it's a wonderful thing we're doing for Marcus Garvey.
And you're part of the medical team, so don't keep it too long.
Exactly.
And how are you doing with this, sir?
I'm fine.
All right, and as I said before, part of the medical team also. What have you seen so far? Anything for concern?
Yes.
Not yet. And I see Dr. Cook's dancing, you know. All right. Okay, so that is a cardiac medical team who have stopped for a minute, and now they have to speed up, Nick, to keep up with the parade.
All right, Andrea. Basically, the walk is basically almost coming to an end. We are getting nearer and nearer. We are passing, right now approaching, we are basically on the top of the hill, just waiting to go down and then turn into Rainover. So wherever you are, if you are in the retreat content, you can come on down, join us at the gas station at Cooler Oasis as we turn to head down to the beach for the front of the Rainover village to continue this entire day-long celebration of the life and work of our first national hero, Marcus Mojah Garvey.
And Nick, I decided to run. So I have run all the way up to Sister Jackie route. And as you can hear, I am not even out of breath. Hey, Sister Jackie.
Congratulations to my fit friend Andrea. Good morning, Jamaica. It's all beautiful, red, black, and green all the way.
Tell us about the group that's watching here, the UNIA children, Marcus Mojah and Mr. Garvey's children.
Yes. These are Mr. Garvey's children, and they range from age 3 right up to 18. And of course, they have the disabilities well represented. 2 wheelchairs are in the lineup. They're all good.
Sister Jackie, describe to me what you're holding in your hand.
I am holding a flag, the red, black, and green. Red for the blood of the people, green for the vegetation, and of course the black for the black nation worldwide.
Let it be known that the colors of the UNIA and of Africa must be red, black, and green. Without a politics, can I tell little one? How you doing? You're tired? This is the one side, sister. We have to slow down the parade. How you doing? Who be talking? How you doing?
Hi.
What's the name?
Brittany.
All right, Brittany. How many of them marched in the parade?
I'm not somewhere over 50.
Over 50. Mr. Jackie, we have over 50 children. This one, David.
Unbelievable.
I'm telling you, man. I want to go up to where the cadets are. Dr. Cook, how you doing? Make one go on.
I am good, thank you. You notice I've stepped out of my rain this morning.
Yes.
I made a red traffic.
I promise you, but you do it traffic all the time.
Well, if you want to make sure there are no incidents or accidents. So what we have done is move all the walkers to the group over on one side so the motoring traffic can move easily. There's nothing angers people when they want to go about their business and they can't go. And while we're celebrating, I'm celebrating
celebrating in style with Professor Honorable Dr. Cooks himself, was ensuring that people are healthy and fit and okay. And if they're not healthy and fit and okay, he's here and the medivac man is here.
Oh, yes, yeah. I promise some of this uniform group that if they faint, I'm going to lock them up. So that's not notice they're keeping up. So we're heading down the site now, and it should be great.
You know the hill where are we now?
We're just on top of the hill of right away, bro. We're going down the hill now, off to the right, and we're in the park.
And then we're in the park, so we're passing by Ocean Reach moment. And this little gentleman, you know, he's marching officially by himself here because he's representing, tell me who you're representing and what organization?
Representing National High School Brigade, St. Anne Division.
You're also a martial artist, aren't you?
Indeed, I am a second-degree black belt.
That's why I'm blood hard on you. Go like that. I come from, you know, just stand up, sir.
Indeed.
All right, tell me, you have been a Garvey child all your life, a child of Africa all your life. What do you feel about what's happening here today? And by the way, what's your name?
My name is Simone Kurayo, and today I feel that it's very special for not just Jamaicans, but also black people around the world. Definitely is something that I feel like an artist with.
All right, I don't want away from the Garrett. Can you explain to me a little bit of what is happening here with the Garrett, what they're doing?
All right, right now we're having a march past. We are going to head to the Rio Nuevo village. We'll be passing over, I believe, the ceremonial item.
Right. Let the job for the more Marcus Garvey.
Yes, we're providing a support.
All right, and then once you get inside, there's also another formal duty that you perform. What that includes? All right, okay, take back before we go in on the hill. Take back. Hello, my brother. What's your name?
My name is Julius Brown. I'm a sergeant of police.
So much stress back here right now?
Yeah, I'm looking out for persons who are trying to perpetrate the law.
I heard somebody said, down the hill, so like we're going down the hill, you know, what's stress?
Right, it's easier going down the hill when you lean back. It's for the military for the march. Easier march. Lean back.
Oh, so press back. Come here, press back down the hill. And I also have walking beside me. This is the second runner in the Jamaica. Sorry, at the first runner, you know, in the festival team competition. And we're going to talk to her right away. But here's a young man who was coming from England, who's taking a whole lot of pictures.
Mr. William.
And how old are you?
17.
How are you enjoying it? Have you ever seen anything like this?
No, I haven't seen anything like this actually. It's a very good event. It's a very good event. I'm enjoying it.
All right, and also thank you to St. Williams, Miss Mary Queen, who came second in the Miss Jamaica Festival Scene competition. Miss Antoine, walking down the hill. What they said to us now. Is that one going to bring on the hill? Must race back. Make a race back on the road.
Yes, and racing back. Even if I can comfort the space, because I know there's another hill uphill right now.
No, we're not going hill. No, we're not going uphill. I'm not hearing Muta at all. Muta?
I want to know if you're walking.
Muta, I am running. I know you're not listening. I am running. What are you doing?
I'm back here the party at that time where you're walking.
Yeah, great God. Okay, Muta, we're coming down the hill. And the sergeant on the carriage so that when we're coming down the hill, it's about 16 mark.
Yeah.
Yes, right. I'm with the St. Mary Festival Queen, who is also walking in the parade with us. And where are you walking from? Toronto?
Yes, I'm walking from Toronto. I'm used to this. I used to be a pathfinder, so I used to be one of the uniform groups marching when I was younger.
All right. And you haven't seen a comfort break?
No. It's a comfortable walk. I'm comfortable walking. Running? That's something that one knows.
At this time of the morning, we came through some of the heat of the sun, but right now we're actually in the
this is the cool part that I know. This section is actually very cool. When you go around Villanueva, that section, that's cool. So we shall not be busted by the sun. No, I think not. All right, you're going to be reading from more than Yes, I have a reading, and I was reading it a while ago. And just like going through it, I was actually again inspired. It's just amazing that we have such talented people boasting from this wonderful country at this time.
Yes, thank you very much. I'm going to let you join the parade because I've coming a little bit to rejoin the parade. And as we said before, really a colorful time. If you can still hear the music, it's still there. We're very close to the Nyahbinghi village now because we're coming down the hill over the bridge.
How much people involved in the drum corps that's coming with you?
About how many? I didn't hear that. Are you hearing Muta?
No, I'm saying about how much people is involved in the drum corps that is coming down the hill with you.
About 100 in drum corps, and then we have another 50 of the UNI children. Those are the people who are actually leading the parade. But around we have lots of people from Town and the 10 barns have joined up with the parade. So overall, coming towards you, I would say about 200 persons.
Okay. Did Andrea walk from Town?
I am running right now. And I want Henry. From Mr. TV and TV, don't running, sir.
So you're clear, but no.
No. Yeah. What a wicked boy.
The puss come out of the back,
you know what? You're wicked with that.
We have it on camera, man.
I run barefoot. Muta, would you run barefoot? I can't hear it, but...
No, I run with my foot, not a barefoot.
Muta, you know what we suggest? You can now join us. You can now join the parade, right? Because we just coming off the bridge. And Darren, let me just say Darren, TV and TV is on the ground covering this. Tell us about that.
Oh, yes, the cameraman actually covering the entire parade. Very colorful, very vibrant on a Sunday morning. And of course, much more will be later on this morning.
Exactly, so I don't want nobody in my video live. I don't know if we can talk to the members of the parade, but here's a gentleman who's walking behind the cadets. Good morning, sir.
And how you doing, Andrea?
Who am I talking to?
This is Fantan son.
You guys! Hold on, let me put it in my hand. I'm going to put it in the other hand. Remind us of your name.
You are too. I know it's been a long time.
Yeah. Did you come especially for this?
Yes, that's for you. Especially for you too.
So where are you living now?
No, I'm staying up by my mom's and everything. What's that? So it's been about 7 years, and I had to cut back down for the goodness, man. For the festival and everything. So yeah.
I'm very, very happy to see you. Very happy to see you. All right, we're walking with the cadets now, and I don't know. Good morning, sir. How are you doing?
I hear the drumming now.
Thank you, son. You're a journalist? No, I'm not a journalist. You look like a correspondent, Mr. Johnson. You cannot speak for yourself. Well, that's one little after. Of course. All right, and you're marching this parade. Have you ever seen anything like this?
Yes. I was there last year in Wood.
That's true. That is true. The funny figure I think.
Yes, this is larger.
About how much bigger you think?
It is twice the size. I give you twice the size.
I want to give me an age so that Muta don't doubt that it's twice the size. How old are you, sir?
No, it's not the size that don't, It's if you walk from
and your two brothers are walking with me now. Greeting my brother. Greeting, what's the name?
Choir lead.
And you're walking from Town.
Yeah, well, all this me talk to you, man. I think I am Peter Andrea.
Well, you're my brother, and I'm very, very happy to see you in this parade. What do you think about this parade in the name of Marcus Garvey?
Well, I tell you, small piece, and the people all the students ready, not wet. Anyhow, turn up tonight.
All right, so I see another brother here. Greeting my brother. How you doing?
Well strong.
What's your name?
Then Tani.
All right, not hearing you so good, but we hear you. So how you feel about this parade, my brother?
He's great.
All right, not okay. Greeting. I'm stepping back a bit. Where are you? Go ahead, Nick.
Well, I'm right here, Andrea, basically watching the parade turning into the Rainover area right now with their body gas station turning, and we'll be heading on down to the beach, down to the Rainover village. Here the proceedings will continue. Of course, the marching with the Marcus Garvey message, which will be handed over and read on stage by Marcus Garvey, Dr. Julius Garvey. So it's all happening here, and you know, wherever you are in Jamaica, believe me, we'll be here until 6, 7 this evening. So it's not, if you're just taking up, wherever you are in Jamaica, you still have time to catch a piece of this proceedings. This is even 3 hours of it.
Dr. Cook is dancing all the way. Dr. Cook, brother, we love you. And we like what we saw just now, Nick, because what we saw in effect was that when they got to the place where you should turn right to go to Rainover village, it was done in military style. Look at that. Woo! We're going on it. We're going on it. Left, right. Wicked.
It's a beautiful dance. The marking time basically in that dance formation.
Let me hear what the sergeant saying. Go ahead.
No, we're just sending them around. We don't want to block the main road. Yeah, man, go road.
Tell you, this is one. Look here now. Tell me what they did a while ago when they were like skipping lines a while ago. Let's rise on this kind of skip thing.
Right, they were doing a particular march we call the Chinese march.
Yes.
Right, that's what they were doing.
I wonder what you call it, Chinese march.
Chinese march.
Oh, it's the Chinese army too, like this, the South Korean army. Oh, that's exactly what it looked like. What do you think, Dr. Green?
Fine, thank you.
What do you think their money in? Hey. All right. We're in the tour, Mr. CBA, man. Everything all right? So how are you doing, sir?
Good. I'm good.
You're getting good pictures?
Definitely.
What's your name?
Paul Sharp.
This is Paul Sharp from CVM TV. And who is this?
Sharp.
And you're from CVM too?
Yeah.
There you go. The media is out. We know that representatives also. How you doing? Good morning. What you doing? Yes.
I know your sister.
All right. What you doing?
I'm good.
Good to see you. Heading to Rainover Beach?
Ma'am.
We'll see you when you come on there. So, yeah, the tablet. What you doing?
I'm fine.
When we say tablet nowadays, that's different something. You're not take nothing. What you doing?
I'm just videoing the Marcus Garvey thing on the road, enjoying ourselves. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, my brother. Thank you. All right, so what's happening there, Nick? This young gentleman.
I am looking, you know, we have people on wheelchair as well, and you know how well maneuver this part of the parade where the road is not as the one we just.
That is true. And they're doing very well.
Very well. It's really a wonderful feeling, Andrea. We have probably every society represented here today, from one end to the other, from a 2-year-old. As a matter of fact, let me take it. I'm seeing babies because here's a gentleman in front of me carrying his baby. How are you, sir?
Not bad, Daddy.
You here, son?
Yeah, man, yeah, sir.
So how you enjoying what you're seeing here today, all in the name of Marcus Garvey?
Yeah, man, love and respect, man. You see me, I'm Marcus, man. You see me? So it's it.
Okay, so you're coming to spend the entire day as a part of the...
Yeah, man, for the Marcus thing, you know, me have to come.
Okay.
Marcus a black man, you know. And for Marcus a black man, I have to support, you know. All the whole of we are African, you know. African Jamaican, you know.
Okay, and what does Marcus Garvey mean to you as an African Jamaican?
We tell the whole of people love one another and join together. Be together. And that's what the whole of we do, you know. Just be together. And for we be together, we are the strongest nation on earth.
Do you think at this point in time we are obeying the suggestion, the advice given to us by Marcus Garvey?
Yes, little. We are here because one time we couldn't join together, but now we take them and come together because we are march, you know. Don't you see that?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, right, we are march, you know. That means we take them and get understanding. You don't set them keep on get out to the brighter set now, keep on come alive. The black man must have to take at them place.
All right, so thank you very much. Andrea, we are you. I can't see you in the crowd anymore.
We're entering the ancient bridge. It's an ancient bridge that we're now entering. And I'm working with veteran journalists, as you know, long-time Garveyites, and the content of the country when it comes to Marcus Garvey and so many other Pan-African issues. Educator, Devon Evans. Devon, we're carrying the message of Marcus Garvey. How do you feel about what is unfolding here?
Well, I feel very excited. In fact, the pomp and pageantry associated with the Garvey movement, this is what it is bringing back. And it's a joy to see how the children are participating in it. I was walking with the UNIA children, and I feel very proud to be in their company at this time. In fact, they say the children shall lead us. And right away, that's what we are seeing. We are entering into the old River side where we know a lot of wars between the English and French took place here. And at the suffering of us, because we were the ones who suffered most to it. And this morning, what we are doing now is reviving the ancestors, the spirits of the ancestors, to say that we are down but not daunted.
We are down but not daunted, and we're rising. Africa rising. That's what's happening here this morning as we head toward thank you very much, Devon. We'll see you inside. As we head toward the Renewable Village, my sister Jackie Rose, I'm getting goose pimples as we go, Devon, talk about the pomp and pageantry associated with Marley Marcus Garvey. And this is what we're seeing.
Yes. Every day we feel it. Every time we hear the crack of the whip, our blood runs cold.
I am going to run up to the sergeant because I want to know what's happening here. But some serious movement happening with the uniform group. And only the sergeant can describe to me what is happening here, Sarge.
The band is playing Calypso. So the military group we have is also going Calypso.
All right, so
our cadets are good like that. We train them to do different styles, different forms, all genre of music they can march to.
All right, and Calypso is our music from the West Indies, from Nigeria, and we have to mix it up and stir it up. So when they get to the gate now, Sarge, what is going to happen at the gate?
When we get to the well, we are going to be going directly to the stage where the cadets are going to do a performance. Right?
All right, we're going to be handing right before that the message of Marcus Garvey. So, Nick, where are you, Nick? To Dr. Julius Garvey.
I'm Martin. And it's look good here, Andrea.
Please, no. Why you block the procession coming into the park?
All right, we're heading into the Renewable Village at this point. And for those of you who can see the entrance of the Renewable Village, the Tivoli marching band, the first group to enter. I'm going to walk by them. As we enter, which direction we're going, David? We're going around the Give time. All right, so now, David, walk with me and tell us what is happening here. Which direction we're going?
We're going to go around and go to the arch, the main entrance, go all the way down, and turn around.
All right, beautifully decorated, beautifully decorated.
Asking all the people who is parked in the driveway
area to the back of a stage, and then we're going around in a kind of a semicircle. Are we going to the colonnade?
Take a right here and go down the center aisle.
All right, so we're taking a right, going through the center aisle that is beautifully decorated in the colors of the UNIA, and through the colonnade, all the way into the stage area itself. Carrying message of Marcus Garvey. This will be presented to Dr. Julius Garvey live on stage. And then, all right, so we're turning. All right, we're going through the colonnade. All right, so we're going through we're turning through the colonnade. It's important for us to go through this area, and as we do that, we're bringing to the crowd, to the people who are coming, the message of Marcus Garvey. Dr. Julius Garvey should be standing by, and this will be handed to him in full military fashion. And this is, these are cadets and uniform groups of young people, all young people.
Yes, sir. I'm impressed with the skills they are displaying. Obviously, they have practiced long and hard well. Especially this Valley Marching Band. It's a very experienced band that they perform at lots of official functions. And, you know, it shows why. Because, trust me, they are really livening up the parade, leading from in front.
And as we come into the parade, the day will continue right through until 6. So much will be happening here. The message to be delivered to Dr. Julius Garvey, the military parade on stage. You heard before the ceremonial call to the directions from our Taino community. Right after, when our proceedings include our guest speaker, Dr. Ray Hagins, who has come in from the United States to deliver message. We also have with us from South Africa, Nkisonathi Steve Biko. The son of Steve Biko, Nkisonathi Biko. We also have with us next from the United States, our guest speaker from last year.
Dr. Marika. And what a lovely lady she is, Andrea.
Oh, I'm telling you, man. Great speech last year. And she's back this year. So much happening here on the ground today. We go through what we say until 6 o'clock. We have the L'Cadco for dancers, the L'Cadco dance ensemble, the Carifolk Singers,
the Glenmuir Choir,
Kumina from St. Mary. We'll also be having Kumina group, and there'll be a Kumina table if you've never seen one before, because this is really a cultural fair of the highest order. Also on the grounds today, we'll be hearing we just want to say thanks to our sponsors as we come into the ground. Sunset Jamaica Grand, Calabash Restaurant, Cook's Critical Medical Center, Lifeline with the Money College, Bullhead Water, Blue Mountain Tours, Bounce Out Party Stores, and Fly Jamaica. Thank you very much. Thanks also to Robin, Rising to Expectations, Couple Source Something, the Jamaica Tours.
Jamaica National
We're here, Nick.
Ministry of Youth and
We're here, Nick. And here we have the group coming in, led by the Tivoli Marching Band. And they are followed, Nick, by the Cadet, the Intersecondary,
we're going to be going to the stage once again. Mojah, are you near to the stage?
I'm just sitting in front of the stage.
Okay, so I'm going to let you describe what you see coming in.
I see you, but you not see me. Look straight ahead of you. Are you with me?
You sit down on the wall.
No, look to your left. You're right. Look to your right. See me there?
I see you there. All right, Mojah, look behind you. Concrete Asphalt, Kishima. Do you want to tell us what you see coming in here at MUTABARUKA?
Well, Andrea,
as you say, the drum corps is here. Everybody look like them is here. We don't, so nobody left behind. So we're going to assume so everyone is in here now. Them actually coming towards me, and I feel like I have to go move.
you might have to do that. Concrete Asphalt, can you describe what you're seeing as they come towards you?
The drum corps and the marching band and the children, which is a significant aspect of the future.
Absolutely. Now, Andrea, did these children march from Stewart Town?
Yes, Kishima, all the way from Stewart Town.
Wow.
Everybody you see here in the parade, in terms of the uniform groups, walked all the way from Stewart Town.
Yeah, man, from the babes and suckling right up to the elders. All of them here in their numbers, in their marching, you know, reminiscing of the old time UNI days. Yeah.
Just giving you a chance to hear the sounds. We have been describing the site So I'm going to walk up closer while Kishima Mojah and Roger Haspel tell you a little bit more of what's happening. But let me just give you a better idea of what's happening here.
Hey, you know, some march like some Korean. Some Korean march that take place out there.
Straight militant.
We are on the grounds, but at the same time, we are seeing, and sometimes we forget to describe to our audience what is happening here on the grounds. But basically, the cadets, the inter-secondary schools cadets, they are now in their formal formation as they get ready. Mojah, I'm right over your shoulder, to bring the message of Mwalimu Marcus Garvey to Dr. Julius Garvey live on the stage. He will be reading this message. The message is wrapped in the colors of the UNIA, of the black, the red, and the green. It is being carried in the ancient papyrus container all the way from Kemet, Egypt. It's wrapped in scroll form. All right, as we come to you live from the Rio Nueva village, getting ready for the formal cadet display. They are now taking the stage. Mojah, we're not seeing Dr. Julius Garvey on the stage.
I've not seen him on the premises either.
All right.
I noticed that the marchers marching like some Koreans. Is there a reason for that?
Well, I was talking to the one of the sergeants earlier, just as we were coming in, and he explained that this was one of the many formations that they have in terms of styles of march, and that this was actually called the Chinese shuffle or march or something, in terms of a Chinese march. Sorry, I said shuffle. In terms of how they were moving. We have carried the message of Mwalimu Marcus Garvey to the ground. Just before that is read, the cadet is going to be doing a performance for us, so we want to go straight to that performance from the cadet as others get themselves refreshed on the grounds here who have come in the parade. So getting ready for this performance from the cadets live on stage.
Meanwhile, you're getting ready, I must tell you that it wasn't on the air, most of it, but we had an extensive reasoning with the Tainos, which was very informative.
I hope that we can repeat that as we go through to the program, because I understand that, well, quite a bit of it was on air because we heard quite a bit of it coming in the parade. But what we didn't hear, we can repeat. We're going to be here until way into evening time, and this is just so you know, so much will be happening on the grounds here. Kishima, where are you on the grounds?
Andrea, I'm almost in the center of the field, just looking at the parade.
You have a flashback, the parade stop.
Well, I mean, I'm seeing them. They're together. I'm looking at their backs, literally. The colors are vibrant. Pretty loud here.
All right. So much I said to come inside of the program today, Mojah. We're going to be having performances from the Carifolk Singers. Going to be having performances from L'Cadco. We're going to be having a Kumina table and St. Mary Dinky Mini. We're getting ready to bring the message of Mwalimu Marcus Garvey to the stage. We have the founder on the ground of the Universal African Improvement Association, Dr. Arthur Green, who I think we might have to deliver this message to as one of the original members of the UAIA, because we still say Negro in the UNIA, and many have made attempts to change it to Nubian, including Queen Mother Mariam Samad, and Dr. Arthur Green has substituted the N for A as African.
You know that Marcus Garvey's son was here till about after 12 last night. So I don't know if that is part of the delay here.
Say that again, Mojah?
No, I said Marcus Garvey, Julius Garvey was here till after 12 last night. So I don't know if that is part of the delay.
In terms of him being here on time. But we go through with the proceedings as Dr. Green, the founder of the UAIA, the Universal African Improvement Association, gets ready to read the message from Mwalimu Marcus Garvey. While that is happening, we throw it to the studio for a quick break.
We now rejoin Andrea Williams Green and MUTABARUKA on the grounds of Rio Nuevo for the Marcus Garvey 2013 celebrations.
Thank you very much, Shane. Thank you very much as you rejoin us here at the Rio Nuevo Village. But we just had an exciting time coming in from Stewart Town, and we're getting ready now to join the cadets once again on stage. But Mojah, just once again to say that the uniformed groups, and as Devon Evans said to us earlier, the pomp and pageantry that is associated with Mwalimu Marcus Garvey was in some way, a small way, but in some way replicated this morning in the parade.
Yeah, because I know Garvey like that kind of thing. If you look at the picture of them in Harlem, you see him having the female and the male and them dressed in all these pomp
and even Mr. Garvey himself.
True Harlem. It was like Garvey's a man who love them things there. Believe you me. He love the entertainment. He love the visual. And that this is representative of Garvey's visual perspective of pomps and pageantry.
All right, the candidates are now getting ready to make it to the stage, and as I said before, dressed in maroon, khaki, and white, wearing maroon berets, and they're also wearing white gloves as they take the message of Mwalimu Marcus Garvey to be read live here at the Rio Nuevo Village. Once again, a beautiful pass that is happening. You're going to have to be here to see some of what we're saying. Trying our best to describe the sights of what's happening here. We can certainly take you the sounds, but in terms of a sight, this is a must-see event. So here we have our cadets getting ready now to make it to the stage. The group is now divided in two, and there's one segment standing at attention with their back towards the stage. The stage beautifully decorated in the colors of the UNIA. And we need a sergeant to tell us what is happening here. So he's also conducting them at the same time. So let me just go over to the sergeant to see if we can get an idea of what is happening here. Well, I am really dancing with the sergeant now, but he's going to command them, so I'll put the microphone there.
This is simple display we're doing now. Rifle drills.
So what is going to happen in this?
The title of it is End of Time. So,
can you tell me what they're doing now?
They are in the process of retrieving their rifles in order to get into the display.
So they actually have replicas of rifles.
Repeat that for me, please.
They actually have replicas of rifles.
Right. We cannot use the originals, so we improvise.
All right, Sergeant, we want to display ourselves. We want to talk about ourselves, but you have to tell us what's happening.
I am not really a very good commentator.
And so we find...
You can find Mr. Ray Hamilton. He's standing over there.
All right. Okay, Mr. Ray Hamilton, can you meet me part of the way, sir, as you give us a better idea of what is happening on the grounds here with the cadets and this beautiful parade, this beautiful format that we see going on here. What is happening, Mr. Ray Hamilton? You are the commander.
Yes, I am. It's just a basic drill display showing off precision in drill styles, drill movements for, let's say, entertainment purpose on the whole day's event.
So basically they're using up quite a large area of the grounds because we see them coming towards us and then away from us. And tell us what they're doing with the rifles.
All right. The drill movements. We have the saluting with the rifle. We call it the presenting of the arms. They do spinning of the rifles. They do marching, quick march, and slow march with the rifle. And then you have formations where they're crossing each other, some X's. Like I said, it's just to basically show off precision, what they have been learning. And it is entertainment, basically.
And then from here, what will they do after this?
Well, the next thing then is the delivering of the message. And then I believe the cadet section will be out for the day after the message has been delivered to Dr. Garvey.
All right, can you describe a little bit of what happened on the road as they came in this morning?
We were marching behind the marching band. The marching band is a lovely band. And they did more than just military music. So we got a little calypso and a little other mix of genres. So our cadets, when you're marching with music, you get the vibes to march. So when you change the genre, you give them some more flexibility to give you some more movements, arm swings, different types of arm swings. Just basically showing off the drill styles that they have.
All right, thank you very much. And once again, you are the commander of the National Inter-School.
Right, for St. Anne Division, National Inter-School Brigade. I heard you saying earlier on, National Inter-Secondary. It's the National Inter-School Brigade, and we're the St. Anne Division.
All right, how many members of the cadet are here?
We have, with the two groups combined, it was about 38 persons in all this morning with cadets, and we have a few instructors in the group as well.
All right, so this, and what do you call this? Because we keep saying a formation. What do you call this?
It's a display. So you have several formations. They're moving from one line to two lines to three lines to four lines, back to one. So it's a display with several formations. They make X's, Y's, all these formations. So we call it a display where they're showing off movements and styles.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Because one of the things that we noticed coming in is that they were really very disciplined. You know, they approached the thing. What's the age group of the members here?
All right, the ones here are the high school group and then the instructors. So we're looking at high school is 13 to 17. Then we have a few who left high school just like a few weeks ago. So they'll be like 17, 18. And the instructors now would fall between 19 to 23 years old. So it's a combination of age groups. But then most of these, if you notice, on most of them, they are badges of ranks. So these are some of our senior persons, sergeants, corporals, sergeant majors, and instructors. So they would have had drill experience over the period of time that they've been in the program. And yes, the program is geared to empower them with discipline, self-discipline, even group discipline, that when you can see them out like this, they behave at the highest standard.
We love it. Thank you. Thank you. How long will this segment last in terms of the display?
A time, maybe 5-6 minutes the display will last.
We've been talking for a little while. So we've missed most of it and you have missed a lot of it.
Well, luckily somebody else is videoing, so I get to look at it afterwards because I didn't get to finish my video.
We apologize for that. Thank you very much, my brother. Thank you very much. All right, the commander of the National Inter-Schools Brigade, as we come to you live from the Rio Nova village right here in St. Mary. And let me just say hello to you. Can you talk? Hello? How you do? What's the name?
Amoy.
You're a member of the Inter-Schools Brigade in terms of management level, because you don't like at management level.
And I'm practically their nurse.
You're their nurse?
Yes.
All right, brilliant. We love that. All right, Kishima, I see Sister P heading backstage here, and also I see Sister Minnie on the other side. Sister P, good morning. Sister P, how are you doing? How are you doing, Sister P?
Oh, I'm great. Give thanks. What a beautiful setting, and what a great day.
It is beautiful, Sister P, really. We were saying, and Devon Evans said to me earlier about the pomp and pageantry. You see me lose my voice in a way, so sorry for that. But the pomp and pageantry of the uniformed groups coming in is quite something.
I just came in and I just saw them. I mean, they're so disciplined young people. We talk about indiscipline. Oh, super. Yes.
I'm telling you, so many young people marching in the parade today. Sister P, you have come in from Portland.
Absolutely. And it wasn't raining there this morning, give thanks.
Wow. Sister P, why is it important to celebrate Morlemo Marcus Mosiah Garvey?
Because Marcus Garvey actually set the plan for the system. And we have never followed it. So those of us who see it as important, we have to keep his spirit alive. Because, you know, when you stop talking about somebody when they are dead, Marcus Garvey is the most important Jamaican that has ever lived.
Thank you very much, Sister P. I know we're getting ready to deliver the message from the cadet to Dr. Arthur Green, who is on stage. So the cadets are getting ready to do that. Dr. Arthur Green, of course, is the founder of the Universal African Improvement Association, and this will be now delivered to him. Will be reading the message from Morlemo Marcus Mosiah Garvey. It's over to Dr. Green on the stage.
Message from the Right Excellent Morlemo Marcus Mosiah Garvey. For man to know himself is for him to feel that for him there is no human master. For him, nature is his servant, and whatsoever he wills in nature, that shall be his reward. If he wills to be a pygmy, a serf, or a slave, that shall he be. If he wills to be a real man, in possession of the things common to man, then he shall be his own sovereign. When man fails to grasp his authority, he sinks to the level of the lower animals. And whatsoever the real man bids him do, even as if it were of the lower animals, that much shall he do. If he says go, he goes. If he says come, he comes. By this command, he performs the functions of life, even as by a similar command, the mule, the horse, the cow perform the will of their masters. For the last 400 years, the black man has been in the position of being commanded, even as the lower animals are controlled. Our race has been without a will, without a purpose of its own, for all this length of time. Because of that, we have developed few men who are able to understand the strenuousness of the age in which we live. Where can we find in this race of ours real men? Men of character, men of purpose, men of confidence, men of faith, men who really know themselves. I have come across so many weaklings who profess to be leaders, and in the test I have found them but the slaves of a nobler class. They perform the will of their masters without question. To me, a man has no master but God. man in his authority is a sovereign Lord. As for the individual man, so of the individual race. This feeling makes man so courageous, so bold, as to make it impossible for his brother to intrude upon his rights. So few of us can understand what it takes to make a man. The man who will never say die. The man who will never give up. The man who will never depend upon others to do for him what he ought to do for himself. The man who will not blame God, who will not blame nature, who will not blame fate for his condition, but the man who will go out and make conditions to suit himself. Oh, how disgusting life becomes when on every hand you hear people who bear your image, who bear your resemblance, telling you that they cannot make it, that fate is against them, that they cannot get a chance. If 400,000 Africans can only get to know themselves, to know that in them is a sovereign power, is an authority that is absolute, then in the next 24 hours, we would have a new race. We would have a nation, an empire resurrected, not from the will of others to see us rise, but from our own determination to rise, irrespective of what the world thinks. The message from the Honorable Mwalimu Marcus Mosiah Garvey. Thank you very much.
Yeah, that was Dr. Green delivering the message of Marcus Mosiah Garvey. You know that this is an all-day thing. All day, we say all day. Representing and presenting an aspect of Garvey's life and philosophy in the physical form. So really give thanks to those of us who came early. Those of you who was here from last night, we see that the crowd is building up. We know that there's a lot of one on them way here. There's no gate to lock, so you can come quick. And there's no fee to pay. So don't stop at the gate.
All right, we're still coming to you live as we broadcast from the Rio Nuevo village here in St. Mary. Joining us now on the stage is His Worship the Mayor of Port Maria, Mr. Levan Freeman, and he's going to be bringing the message. The mayor's greetings.
Really? Are the mayor this
is the mayor, yes.
I gave him water a while ago.
Yes, you gave him water.
I give us no water. You should be giving me water.
No, well, we are all one. We are united. We are a team. So it's good for you to give me. If we were elsewhere, I would have given you.
Okay. Yes, sir.
All right. So, Mr. Mayor, I think it will be fine for you to use the microphone ahead if you don't mind as he delivers the mayor's message. That's the mayor of Port Maria, Mr. Freeman, Mayor Freeman.
Good morning. I would like to acknowledge the presence of the IrieFM team, MP Silvera, MP Green from Southeast St. Mary, councillors from St. Thomas, other personnel, children, visitors, friends, welcome to the parish of St. Mary and have a blessed day. This morning as we celebrate, I want to say the walk was a success. I recall us walking from Stuart Town and persons came out in droves, which shows that we appreciate the work of His Right Excellency Marcus Mosiah Garvey. But what would it be to celebrate without reflecting on what he taught us? Marcus was a marvelous person. Some of his teaching are, we should remove the mental slavery. As a Jamaican, I think what he preached should be more emphasized today, and that is unity. Without unity as a nation, we are going nowhere. We are all one, black people, moving for the betterment of our parish and our island home, Jamaica. So as we celebrate today, I want us to reflect on what he taught us. Let us show some appreciation. Let us practice some of what, or most of what he preached. Unity, which is strength. So I want to say we appreciate this function that is hosted here at Ranova Village. And I want to show appreciation to IrieFM more so for organizing it. And I must say thank you for making it in St. Mary. We appreciate it, and you will have seen by the crowd that gathered here. And I know as we proceed, later on the crowd will get larger. So I wish for us all a wonderful day. Enjoy the good climate, the good scenery, and the good behavior. Thank you for having me. Welcome to St. Mary. Have a wonderful day.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you very much. That's the Mayor of Port Maria, Mayor Levan Freeman, who just delivered the Mayor's message. Thank you very much again, Mayor Freeman. And how are you feeling after the walk, sir?
I'm feeling wonderful. Actually, I do walk sometimes, not because of my size, but I do some walk occasionally.
Thank you very much. And we also welcome to the grounds Member of Parliament, Shahini Robinson. She's in the Ranova Village and somewhere nearby state, so we're going to be hearing from her in a little while. So a very strong representation from MUTA, from the political directorate here in this area, political representatives. MUTA, 126 years since the birth of Mwalimu Marcus Garvey. And one of the things we want to talk about and to focus on is to what extent are we really fulfilling the vision of Marcus Garvey? Where are we on the scale of things? And what would Marcus Garvey be saying today of where we are as African peoples?
I think Marcus Garvey would be doing the same thing that he was doing in the 20s and 30s. You know, trying to get Jamaican people to understand themselves, trying to form themselves into groups and organizations that can benefit them. You know, the message has continued, but there is some reluctance to understand and accept this message based upon our outside influence and what we see as, you know, Marcus Garvey is of the past, therefore, you know, we have to move on. You know, there's a feeling that what he was saying then maybe is not as relevant that it should be or is now, you know. We declare that there's a lot of things that Marcus Garvey had said that we see has come to pass in the modern political scheme, but there's more things that has not been realized than what has been realized, and that is really very interesting considering that, you know, he has spread so much philosophy and so much opinions across the globe to influence other people in Kume, including, Kwame Nkrumah, which was the first democratically elected president in Africa, in the country known as Ghana. He also influenced man like Churchill, you know, and it's very important that we understand how those words of Garvey spread even into Asia, you know, and we see in Jamaica here now, it's like a struggle. It's like you have to fight too hard, Rasta. You understand? To make people just appreciate, say, the first hero of Jamaica have something philosophical, something ideological to present to the people them. I would need to really dig into it, you know.
As we come to you live from the Renewable Village, you're inside of the IrieFM Forum Running African. We are paying tribute to Mwalimu Marcus Mosiah Garvey, from Taino to Marcus Garvey and beyond, everything in between. Joined on the stage right now, because in this segment of the program we're broadcasting live from the actual stage, by Jerry Small, Bongo's Jerry Small himself, and he's also a journalist extraordinaire, a talk show host on News Talk 93. He joins us on the stage right now as we pay tribute to Mwalimu Marcus Mosiah Garvey. Jerry, thank you very much for coming in, for being part of this. You were also here last year, and I know you've been getting some really wonderful pictures. Last year you did, and you're doing that again in between all of this. So thank you very much for making the trek in. You were also, Jerry, part of the parade. Not necessarily all of it, but definitely I saw you at the beginning of the parade. Did you walk it all, or did you just drive down?
Well, I reached here from Montego Bay 6 o'clock this morning when you were here. And shortly after you left, his motor told me to drive out. So
yeah,
I drove down to
Store Town
just in time, just before you started. And I was taking some pictures, and I walked through the crowd, and then I caught you. I even passed, I never see I caught you, and then I jumped in the car and kind of thief a little drive past.
Yes.
It's good. The kind of thing that is the imagination Marcus Garvey had as a youth. He was a very young man. And his imagination show him say, do some things to catch the people's attention. And the first thing him say, when I looked around as a young man from St. Anne's Bay to London, and I said, where is the black man's government? Where is his ministers? Where are his generals? And his man and woman have bigger fears, and I didn't see any. And I said, I decided that I am going to help to make them. So, him do things to show people what is possible. And start do things. And as you know, it is him who formed the first modern political party in Jamaica.
Yes.
And he won an election at local government, but then put him in prison so that he could miss 6 meetings. Because once he miss 6 meetings, you lose a seat. And once him lose a seat, them let him out of prison. And after that, he was frustrated and leave Jamaica. Mm-hmm. And there is where the other two political parties was formed out of the vacuum that he leave. But as you said a while ago, what would he be doing if he was here? Most likely he would have a program on the radio like MUTABARUKA. And most likely he would have a program on the radio like you. It's that kind of thing. Because in those days, he used a stage like this at Eloise Park and Vera's Place, and build Liberty Hall, Vera's Place, so that he could have venues. So, if it's in at this time now, he would have deal with radio in addition to Liberty Hall. He would have deal with TV in addition to Eloise Park, launching people like Louise Bennett, Ronnie Williams, Wally Palmore. But be doing those things. Just like when we use the youth, them in the uniform. Sorry. Thank you very much, my brother. Just like when we use the youth in the uniform formation to show what we must do. Because I say youth like these here now, train like these.
Yes.
Any of them youth have them farm. No prayer that last me couldn't go on in no district where them youth are there now. Because they would organize and be watching one another field. And when some asleep, some wake. And when them they tired, them they wake up them one and say, come watch till daylight. No prayer that last couldn't go on amongst them youth. So some Marcus Garvey would be addressing every problem in Jamaica. The bleaching, he wouldn't try to force nobody, but he would be encouraging. Because as you know, the first lady millionaire, Muta, lady black millionaire, was a member of Garvey. She was selling hair processing.
Yes.
But little more, Garvey would have take time, bring her around. If Garvey was here today, I believe he would have dressed like you.
That is Mojo.
So, we're not born no 3-piece suit.
No, I mean, you say because we're on the radio.
No, we're not born no 3-piece suit and a shaving when I'm shaving on. But I know he was a man of the time, so I believe him would have adjust and lead the people.
Yeah.
And you made some interesting points when you talk about the things that concern and affect us immediately, even as farmers in Jamaica, the extent to which we have turned on each other. But this has always been Marcus Garvey's concern. So what has changed then, and to what extent?
Yeah, what has changed is that Marcus Garvey property was taken away from him, and them turn it into. Them never turned into. Them have the 2 houses up on Lady Musgrave Road. Eventually them give some small business people and turn the small business association. But after them take them two property put them up on Lady Musgrave Road. Them take some of them wife property down at GX Road. And get frustrated and leave Jamaica. But the people them was there waiting for something to happen. So they were able to divert it to a national struggle. A stay at Jamaica. But if Marcus Garvey take the government of Jamaica by 1944, because you know, say anyhow it continue, is him would have turned the first premier in 1944. And he would have built the university. The University of West Indies was established in 1948. Is him did project the idea of Muta, like? He would have built the university.
When last you tried,
it turned in a...
Eloise.
Yes. Yes. Butch Stewart. Yeah.
And it is secret. I see in a Kingston, in Jamaica.
Yeah.
It's right in front of that building where Eloise Park was.
Yes.
The pork shop. Big. I mean, I don't know if them write it deliberately or what.
Hold the thought, Mojah. We have to go to a quick break and come back as we come to you live from the Renewable Village in St. Mary.
We don't say that, Jerry, just identify places that Marcus Garvey was associated with, you know, in a Moraska Road, Lady Musgrave Road, and these places. And I was talking about Eloise Park, which is the main headquarters where Manley and Buster used to rent to keep them political party. It has now become owned by a fish place, but the part of it that I find very interesting is the biggest pork sign I ever see in front of the building. P-O-R-K, pork. It's a pork shop. It's a pork shop. And the sign is very, very, very
prominent,
large. You can't miss it. Yeah, that's sad. I don't know if I'm saying oxtail in the word. That is the next thing.
One more thing. Garvey as Prime Minister in 2013, or a Garveyite Prime Minister, would give us a comprehensive report of the recent Africa Union conference. Now, I'm not criticize the Prime Minister, but we've been meeting a couple of months now, and then at the Rastafari Academic Conference, she was invited there, and we still never get the report, but she gone to China. But we might get the report about the Chinese trip here before we get the one about the African.
Well, most naturally.
But we mustn't give up.
Most naturally.
Yes, and
the thing about that, Jared, and it's a very good point you make, I think that it is through the Chinese trip that we're going to hear what happened in Africa, because Africa has found itself in a position where it is now talking with the voice of China, and those who go to China by way of Africa must come back to us with Africa. You have no choice, so even if it's on bended knees.
True. And another thing I want to point out, the founder of this radio station is a Chinese with African blood too.
Yeah.
Chinese. Now the Chinese and the Indians are part of the African story in Jamaica, you know. Because they were brought here on a farm work scheme when we refused to work for wages. Them used to work for free, you know. And then them say them free where we can't get paid. We say we no want to pay, we now work on the estate. And what they did, they went to India and capture India and make some of the people poor. They went to China, where China was running the opium trade. Big drugs at that time was opium. Britain demand that they want to control the opium trade in the world. And when China wouldn't let them in, they invade China, capture part of China, make some of the people poor. I said, we have some job down in Jamaica, cutting cane. You want to go up on a farm work. So those people came here in return for clothes and food and a 5-year contract. At the end of the 5 year, you get a lump sum of money and a ticket back to China. If you don't want to go to China, you get a piece of land. That was reparation. The Indians were given a deal. At the end of 5 years, you get a lump sum of money and a ticket back to India. If you don't want to go back to India, you get some land. Up to now, the African has not got the land, nor the ticket back to India. And don't you believe, say, we're not going to get it. We're not get it.
No, we're going to get it.
Yes, sir.
We're going to get it.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Most certainly. Pan-Africanism or perish. Reparations now. And taking the stage at this time, led by our sister Jackie Roots, as we come to you live. Thank you very much, Jerry. As we come to you live from the Rio Nuevo village right here in St. Mary. And Rio Nuevo village is easy to find, but not so easy. If you're coming from Ocho Rios, you have to pass the Rio Nuevo battle site. And then you get to the petrol station, the gas station on your left. That's where you turn, as if you're going on to the beach. That takes you right into Rio Nuevo village. You will see the activities. Taking to the stage now, these little children ranging from ages 3 to teenagers are now joining us on the stage. They are the children of Mwalimu Marcus Mosiah Garvey, Mr. Garvey's children of the UNIA, taking the stage right now, led by our sister Jackie Roots. Once again, the oldest child on the stage, Muta, right now is about 3 years old.
I mean, like how Jackie Roots colors form Panara.
Red, black and green.
Day 2 of IrieFM's celebration of Jamaica's first national hero, Marcus Garvey, is underway at the Rio Nuevo village in St. Mary. The event, which commemorates the 125th birthday of Garvey, started off with a day of activities yesterday. The celebration continues today with an address from son of Marcus Garvey, Dr. Julius Garvey.
My name is Andrea Williams, and my co-host on the ground, MUTABARUKA. Muta, where's the microphone? Also on the ground with us, the entire outside broadcast team. Nicholas Evans is here. Joy Morgan, Kishima Francis, Roger Haspel, and the entire team. Also an integral part of a team on the ground there in Ocho Rios. And still on the stage with us, Jackie Roots and the UNIA children. Interestingly, they have been standing a while at salute for the last bit of their three-part performance here this morning. So it's once again over to Jackie Roots and the UNIA children who kept a military salute.
One Lord, one aim, one destiny. Black man's redemption is in African unity. And now, today, we hail the man who forwarded African redemption plan, Marcus Mosiah Garvey, the prophet philosopher, the sage of the true black lover. Thank you.
Yeah. Jackie Roots and our children, man, may I tell you?
Mr. Garvey's children, thank you very much. Thank you very much for that. And we just want to say a special thanks to them, Muta, because they're in the middle of their performance. Because, you know, we're doing this both for on the grounds here at Rio Nuevo Village, but also for on-air broadcast. And in the middle of their performance, it was time for the break and also for the news. And they stood at attention and saluted for that entire time.
Well, I tell the people that we noticed that, I mean, there's a time when rain fall and everybody head for the tent them. Now we see the sun shine and everybody head for the tent them. There's a total same thing happening with the sun and the rain because everybody looking for shade from the sun and the field. So we find that the field is very empty, but the people them is under the tent, them and under the sheet, them and under the everywhere. So we give thanks for the gathering still. We know that when the sun gets a little cooler, we will see the people in front of the stage rather than hiding under the...
As long as they can hear us.
The almond tree leaf.
And under the tent.
There's a portion of people each up and eat the almond tree. And so it's amazing.
But it's really hot, Muta, here. We must say that. We're facing the sea. Let's talk about a little bit about the venue where we're at. As we celebrate Mwalimu Marcus Mosiah Garvey from Taino to Mr. Garvey and beyond. We're facing the sea, the blue Caribbean Sea. And to our back, we've got the river and the mountains to either side of us this morning on a really, really beautiful day in St. Mary's. Skies are blue. And just some kind of low-hanging and high-hanging and mid-hanging white fluffy clouds. So really a beautiful day at the venue, Rio Nuevo today. One of the things that we want to say to persons who are heading to this venue, that today is free. You do not pay to come in as you head in because we understand that question is being asked at the gate. It's free of charge. You do not pay to come in today. Lots left to come. We have on the stage beside us right now Prince Tiba and the Sons of Thunder as they get ready to take the stage in their first performance. Prince Tiba and the Sons of Thunder coming up shortly. 126 years since the birth of Malibu Marcus Garvey. We decided this year to not just talk about where we are in time and to not just talk about those 126 years, but also to go to the beginning and the first people, the original people of whom we are also a part. And we're talking about the Tainos. And so we're taking this from Taino to Malibu Marcus Garvey Mojah. And I think it is very important when we talk about people who have been displaced, people who have been colonized, people who have been enslaved, that we do not forget those who were oppressed when Columbus and the Spaniards first landed in Jamaica. The spot we are on now is a Taino site.
Definitely.
And we talk about the sea, there was a fort right in front of us. So this is one of the areas where they came in. This is one of the areas where so many Tainos were slaughtered by the Spaniards. We have to talk about that, even as we talk about the enslavement of the Africans who were later carried in. One of the things that is a big part of the Jamaican folklore and of Jamaican research is the way those Tainos who managed to survive mingled and intermingled and lived among and with Africans, yes. All maroons together in this struggle.
And we must remember also, and we was talking about it this morning, about the revolution that took place in Haiti. Not the Bookman revolution at Tossan, but the Taino revolution, where the Tainos rose up against the colonial masters at the time, which was like years before slavery rebellions that start. So we now know that the first rebellion against European domination in the Caribbean here was the Tainos against the Europeans. You know, that is very interesting to know that. You know, because over the time we thought and we get the feeling that the Tainos, even though we know and understand the passive ways of most indigenous people, but we get the feeling that them they just take everything that was, you know, today we learn about the uprising against the Spaniards in these little colonial place areas, you know, and we also learn because we were taught that the Caribs was cannibal. I learned that from a longer time that is lie. And it's a big lie because the Caribs and the Tainos used to live side by side, even though they had their differences sometimes. You eating me and I eating you. It's like them tell about the Caribs them eat the Tainos. And what they make you feel is that it's because of the eating of the Tainos why the population of the Tainos increased. I'm not telling you that it's the disease that the Spaniards brought here that helped to eliminate the Taino population in Jamaica and also
the savagery.
Yeah, the savagery in terms of
diseases.
What the story is that they wanted the Taino to hunt for gold on the island, and if they didn't bring back the gold, they would chop off them hand and chop off. And these things is not told in our history book many times, but we need to understand how vicious and barbaric these people were when they came to this paradise island where they themselves, I have read where some of the memoirs that was written by the people who came with Columbus, that they said this place was Eden, the Garden of Eden that they mentioned in the Bible. There was likening Jamaica especially to the Garden of Eden in the Bible, yet still they come and plunder and rape the Garden of Eden. It's a terrible thing.
We are watching on stage right now Prince Tiba and the Sons of Thunder fitting communication drums right on stage. This is what we're going to next. Muta, you're going to stay on stage. I think I'm going to walk down and go check out what's happening in all those tents. A beautifully laid out and designed grounds with many tents, and I see a lot of hustle and bustling over to the food side, and I think we need to go check out what's happening there.
So like you want to go over the food side?
I want to go over the food side.
You want to go
you have a problem with that? All right. Prince Steve and the Sons of Thunder on stage as we come to you live from the Rio Nuevo village. We're here all day today on the 107s as we turn it over to Prince Tiba and the Sons of Thunder. He's in the middle somewhere in Jamaica, but he's coming all the way from the Ivory Coast, a former child soldier, and he made it through from the Ivory Coast through to Trinidad and now in Jamaica. We love him. He's our son. My brother Simiji, how are you?
Yes, I give thanks for the gathering and give thanks for the coming in. We do give thanks to the elders, and I have to say thanks to IrieFM to put on this kind of celebration, said we know, because Marcus Garvey, I really liberate Africa. All the African leaders who end up fight for the independence of Africa, those are the people who Marcus Garvey inspired, and them get the teaching of Marcus Garvey, and through from that, Africa end up liberated. You see, and if you see the flags that way, the red, gold and green, and the red, black and green, those are flags which most of the African countries in Africa still carry those symbols of his teaching of Marcus Garvey. So for we to honor Marcus Garvey, it is a big, great respect for all African people. This celebration is supposed to just be in Jamaica. It's supposed to be the entire African continent. Because Marcus Garvey really liberates African people. Not just Jamaica, entire African continent, Marcus Garvey liberates I and I. So may I have to give thanks for the gathering said when they are blessed said way. I have to give thanks said way.
My brother Simiji, he carries with him, you carry with you, I know, the energy and the spirit of every child who has been forced into child labor. You carry that energy of liberation. You managed to liberate yourself from the grasp of...
You see, well, rather than say it, you see, because still Babylon are trying to mash up African people. You see, but... if Africans, we Africans, when I mean Africa, is not just Jamaica alone, all of us, we are Africans. And we have to take this teaching of Marcus Garvey. If we take this teaching of Marcus Garvey, we will gonna liberate ourselves from mental slavery. Because up to today, some of us are free, but if me don't free, the next brother is not free. So we have to join hands together to liberate all African people in the diaspora back home. Because some people said, well, the teaching as the government has decided now to implement teaching of Marcus Garvey in schools. Yes, it's very good. But still, they have to talk to the Rastafari community for them to give them the full teaching of Marcus Garvey and the principle. And the
my brother Simiji, you're also going to perform here today. You're going to be performing on the stage. For everybody who heard you when we did that interview talking about your trek from the Ivory Coast to Jamaica, they're here today, a lot of them, and are waiting to see you on stage. So we see you in a little while again. My brother Simiji, journeying all the way from the Ivory Coast, breaking out of bondage and enslavement, and making his way, and enslavement to the child soldier, that is, and making his way all the way to this side. A very, very distinguished guest who has come in, who was our guest speaker last year, and has come into Jamaica this year. Why? Because you couldn't stay away now, Dr. Marimba Annie, could you?
No, you know. I have to be here, the spirit of Garvey.
And we're very, very happy to see you. I was so pleased when I heard you said that you were coming in. I thought, wow, this is how we are supposed to be. And your thoughts so far of what has been happening in terms of the tributes to Mwalimu Marcus Mosiah Garvey?
Oh, it's incredible. And it started for me back in Kingston. So it's been like a week. And one of the things that we're working on is the curriculum based on Garvey and Garveyism and Pan-Africanism for the children in the schools in Jamaica. But actually, I'm doing it also in the States, and it will be done on the continent of Africa. It will be around the African world.
You're in the right place. Our sister Amina Blackwood Meeks is going to be emceeing the event and has been working really hard on that here in Jamaica. And, well, I'm sure you must have met her by now.
Yes.
She's here, and we'll be
together. We've been meeting together
in African solidarity, our sister Amina. And one of the things that we need to say, even as we say that, is that we support our African sisters and brothers in the struggle. We do not fight them when they themselves have been fighting so hard in the trenches to get something like the teaching of Garvey in school. My sister, I want to thank you. You're going to take the stage shortly.
Okay.
You're also going to be reading, I know, so I don't want to put you on the spot because you haven't even seen your script. But thank you very much. Thank you very much. Dr. Marimba Annie, Jamoke, quick blessing.
Yes, blessings, my sister. And, just giving thanks that we are here celebrating the great one.
We have to wrap up this segment, but we're still broadcasting live. We're going to be hitting it to the stage. In a little while, our sister Amina Blackwood Meeks will be taking the stage to take us from here. We're going to be broadcasting that live. Want to say thanks to Big A for making this segment of his program from 10 o'clock available to the tribute to Mwalimu Marcus Mosiah Garvey. On the grounds with the team, Kishima Francis, Joy Morgan, our producer, with the team, Nicholas Evans. Where are you, Nicholas? Where are you, Roger Asphalt, Concrete Asphalt? As we wrap up this segment of the program, my co-host, MUTABARUKA.
Yeah.
MUTABARUKA, I haven't heard you in a long time. I wondered if you didn't have a microphone. Where are you, my brother?
No, ma'am, I have a microphone, but me need over the food part. I tell me say I come eat food and
you still don't know?
You still never come.
So Muta, as we wrap this event, any quick final words? Because we're going to the stage in a little while.
Yeah, well, really and truly, as we say, it's always good to do this, to really recognize Marcus Garvey in the way that Marcus Garvey would recognize black people. And we see that IrieFM carried to that level, so that people them understand what we're trying to do here and really continue that work right through, And we hope that the people there will take interest outside of this event and really try to get them own information and do them own investigation into Marcus Garvey and what Marcus Garvey stood for as a philosopher. They recognize him as one of the highest philosophers in the past 1,000 years. That is not no joke business. For like a black man from Senton be recognized with all the Greek philosophers and the German philosophers. Marcus Garvey is recognized as one of the great philosophers of our time.
Muta, a beautiful occasion as we make way for the performances on the stage. Muta, I don't know if you know our sister Diane Golden Fanks. We're wrapping up, but she's a genealogist and one of Jamaica's most famous genealogists. The only thing is that she's more famous outside of Jamaica than she is in Jamaica, and it is a shame. She has participated in so many genealogy research, so many programs on HBO and BBC
by the way,
and PBS
the
and
people
so
that
on.
was asking me if them could get an itinerary of the day's event that will take place. They want to know who will be here and when them will be here.
All right, we'll come to that shortly. Dr. Frank, Diane Golden Frankson, how are you doing, my sister?
I'm fine.
We're very happy to have you. You're a genealogist, and I know we're wrapping, but I just wanted to get you, and you're going to be on stage shortly. But I just wanted Jamaica to know that we have a genealogist. What does a genealogist do?
Well, a genealogist actually traces people's family history.
And you've been working in some real high places. And when I say high places, I mean serious research. Tell us quickly a little bit of what you've done.
Well, I've actually done several programs. Who do you think you are? I've done Seb Coe's family history. I've done John Barnes. I've done Ainsley Harriott. I've done several, including Bob Marley's.
Including Bob Marley. We'll hear much more from you because you're now a permanent member of the family as we greet our sister Isis. And we're going to throw it to the studio in a short while, but also to the stage. And just want to say thanks to our sponsors, Nicholas, those persons who made this segment of the program possible, and also to the workers here on the ground, our technical staff, our engineering team who've been working really, really so hard, to Ricardo Powell, to Emric, Irvin, Nicholas, Wilbur Wisdom, and to Kirk, to the team that did so well on the ground. And those who are doing,
the branding,
and Errol, who branded so well here. Samantha Mitu has been working tirelessly behind the scenes, along with our sister Lillian Cole. Also, we have Stephanie on the ground working really, really seriously. Saskia to Paul and Kempo and the staff in the IrieFM kitchen.
And Romain is over
and
there.
Romain
And is here.
Oh yes,
the original Kiddies
of
Corner.
course, original Kiddies Corner.
They have
also to Tristan and to our sponsors.
Pet Compton Robin, rising to expectations. Couple Son Susie. Jamaica Tourist Board, Liquid Herbal Nitro. Contractor Music Marketing, promoters of nature's hit single World Peace. Sunset Jamaica Grand Hotel. Calabash Restaurant. Crooks Critical Medical Center, Lifeline Response, the Money College, Bullet Water, Blue Mountain Tours, Bounce Out Party Stores, Fly Jamaica, Island-wide Home Innovation, Island-wide Home Refurbishing. So that's it for our sponsors, Andrea.
Right, and Nick, we're going to wrap this segment. We're going to throw the proceed because we have been on the ground a lot this morning from the parade to here. And can we talk about the crowd that has gathered here and continues to stream into, well, not stream, to flow into
Definitely,
the renewable
I'm looking
village.
around, and my calculation is perhaps one of the biggest crowd is just that people wouldn't really recognize it. If you don't walk the ground like I did continuously, because the sun is so hot. People are hiding from the sun literally, so you have little
on 33 acres
right
of ground.
Drumming going on there,
yes.
And at least 200 people are just by the drumming alone.
Just under one almond tree. And I know where Muta is. I know he has quite a few there too.
People keep going over the Taino village to speak directly with the Tainos. The food court non-stop moving. I mean,
the bounce about area, art and craft. I mean, we have people coming in from all over Jamaica, and they're streaming into the renewable village. Believe me, this is a wonderful, wonderful occasion,
really
and a brilliant and beautiful turnout.
Definitely, as I said before, it's perhaps one of the best turnout we have had, and the day isn't finished yet because there's so much more to come. The speeches, the lectures, the performances.
Dr. Ray Hagins will be delivering the main address. We'll be hearing the UNIA proclamation in a little while being read by Darian Henry of CVM Television and Dr. Marimba Annie. The Taino delegation will be taking to the stage. Kumina will be here. A Kumina table will be set up. L'Cadco dancers are here. The Carifolk Singers are here. The Nyahbinghi and the communication drums on the ground. They're just, I mean, so much to come and so much happening on the grounds here. And you can still come because we're going to the end of the day. And we do have 33 acres. So you can hold
performances as well,
and it's free.
Many people
it's free to come in.
Many people don't know that. I mean, we will have live performances from various artists as well.
Yes.
I mean, it's customary that we do that.
And can we just say that and acknowledge the numerous artists who have already gathered in the park here?
We have more artists here now than Sumfest.
We have more artists here more than Sumfest. So this is going to go. This is going to go. We're signing off on this aspect of the program. MUTABARUKA, I think, might be playing for a few minutes. I'm not sure, Muta, you can tell me. And then we're going to take it live to the stage where Amina Blackwood Meeks, our sister, will take us to the next segment, and then she's going to go for a few hours, and right after that our sister Isis will take it to the next segment. They're not light till the morning. We're there.
Right. Traditional African society, on occasions like this, there was always libations poured. We pour libations to honor our ancestors, those who have paved the pathway for us to follow, those who have died, who have given their lives for us to have a way today. We also honor those who are light bearers, who hold the light for us to see. We also honor those of us who stand strong and tall and proud, so we can be light bearers for those who are yet to come. Before I pour libations, I need to get permission from an ancestor, from an elder, a living ancestor, to give me permission to go on from here. And I'm looking for permission from one of my elders. Thank you. I have been given permission If I have not gotten permission, we would have stopped. Thanks. The elders are very wise. In any decision that you make, you need to get some consultation. Consultation from your elders, consultation from your ancestors. Anywhere you go, you have to knock. You have to let folks know you're coming in. Some of the words that I may say, or some of the chants I may chant, your ears may not understand them. But don't listen with these ears, listen with your heart. Because the spirit of ancestors are always within you. So listen from within. Mojiba Papeiku, Mojiba Papeiku, Mojiba Papeiku, Mojiba Papeiku, Ikuo, Intala, Sinjoba Igugu, Ikuo, Sinjoba Igugu, Mojiba Papeiku, Mojiba Papeiku, Mojiba Papeiku, Mojiba Papeiku, Ikuo, Intala, Sinjoba Igugu, Ikuo, Intala, Sinjoba Igugu, Mojiba Papeiku, Mojiba Papeiku, Mojiba Papeiku, Mojiba Papeiku, Ikuo, Intala, Sinjoba Igugu, Ikuo, Intala, Sinjoba Igugu. We pour libations to honor first and foremost the creator of all. Ashe. Ashe is a power word, means so it will be. We pour libations to honor those ancestors of ours whose names and faces we will never ever know. Because they were taken from Africa. They were put into the hulls of those ships. They were put into those cells in those dungeons. Many of them died in the Middle Passage. And they now, their bodies are resting in the bottom of the ocean. The names we will never know. But the spirit, we will always know. The spirit, we will always be part of them. We say Ashe. We pour libations for those Africans right here in Jamaica and all over the world who lie in unmarked graves. We want to honor them. We want to invite them in today to celebrate with us. We say Ashe. We pour libations for those many Africans who stood strong, who stood powerful, and stood up. And those are the ones that we are descendants of. We say Ashe. We pour libations. I want you today to call your mothers, your fathers, your grandmothers, and your grandfathers. Call them to be with us today. I will call my mother, Dorothy Marshall, my father, Richard Marshall. Call them to be with us. Ashe. Call them. Ashe. As I hear them. Paul Bogle, Sam Shark, Denmark Beatty, David Price. Call them. Sojourner Truth. Call them. Call them to be with us, so we will honor them today. In life, there is never death. The only time that there may be death is there's no one to ever remember you, to ever call your name again. The circle shall not be broken. We shall not break the circle. So always remember your mothers, your fathers, your grandmothers. And if you don't know them, find them out. You're calling other people's ancestors to be with you, and you wonder why we have so many troubles. Let's call our ancestors to be with us, to guide us, to strengthen us, to hold us, guide us
Jamaica has done it again. It was a spectacular finish at the World Championships in Moscow, Russia, as Jamaica copped gold in the women's and men's 4x100 relays. The women's sprint relay team set a national Central American Edge Championship record of 41.29 seconds, with anchor Shelley and Fraser Price taking the event way ahead of France and the US in third. Then, led by the fastest human on earth, Usain Bolt, the men's 4x100 team grabbed gold in 37.37 seconds, leaving the US at second and Great Britain third. Jamaica ends the World Championships tally with 9 medals, including 6 gold, 2 silver and a bronze. A massive crowd has turned out for a second day of activities in celebration of the birthday of national hero Marcus Garvey at the Rio Nuevo village in St. Mary. The celebrations, being anchored by Andrea Williams-Green, includes lectures and speeches highlighting the work of Marcus Garvey, as well as various booths with food, drink and cultural products, as well as games for the children. Several artists are lined up for a show later today. The celebration, usually held on the grounds of IrieFM, has been shifted to the much larger 33-acre property at Rio Nuevo in St. Mary, about 6 kilometers from Ocheres. Among the speakers in the morning session were Dr. Julius Garvey, son of the national hero. Entry is free.
And the virtue of our women and children, and the pledge our life for their protection and their defense everywhere and under all circumstances from wrongs and outrages.
We demand the right of unlimited and unprejudiced education for ourselves and our posterity forever.
We declare that the teaching in any school by alien teachers to our boys and girls, that the alien race is superior to the African race, is an insult to the African people of the world.
Where Africans form a part of the citizenry of any country and pass the civil service examination of such country, we declare them entitled to do the same consideration as other citizens and as to appointments in such civil service.
We declare it unjust for any country, state or nation to enact laws tending to hinder and obstruct the free immigration of Africans on account of their race and color.
That the right of the African to travel unmolested throughout the world be not abridged by any person or persons, and all Africans are called upon to give and to aid a fellow African when thus molested.
We demand complete control of our social institution without interference by any alien race or races.
That the colors red, black, and green be the colors of the African race.
Be it resolved, the anthem of Ethiopia, thou land of our fathers, etc., shall be the anthem of the African race.
We believe that any limited liberty which deprives one of the complete rights and the prerogatives of full citizenship is but a modified form of slavery.
We deplore and protest against the practice of confining juvenile prisoners in prisoners with adults. We recommend that youthful prisoners be taught gainful trades under humane supervision.
We demand of all men and women to do unto us as we would do unto them in the name of justice, and we cheerfully accord to all men all the rights we claim herein for ourselves.
We declare that no African shall engage himself in battle for any alien race without first obtaining the consent of the leader of the African people of the world, except in a matter of national self-defense.
We demand that instructions given African children in schools include the subject of African history to their benefit.
We demand that our duly accredited representatives be given proper recognition of all leagues, conferences, conventions, or courts of international arbitration wherever human rights are discussed.
We proclaim the 31st day of August of each year to be an international holiday to be observed by all Africans.
We want all men to know we shall maintain and contend for the freedom and equality of every man, woman, and child of our race, with our lives, our fortunes, and sacred honor.
These rights we believe to be justly ours and proper for the protection of the African race at large. And because of this belief, we, on behalf of the 400 million Africans of the world, do pledge herein the sacred blood of the race in defense.
And we hereby subscribe our names as a guarantee of the truthfulness and faithfulness hereof in the presence of Almighty God on the 18th day of August in the year of our Lord, 1920. Thank you.
I know you listen, but I don't know if you're here. I know you listen, but I don't know if you're here. You hear all the things Marcus Garvey write that the Broadcasting Commission of Jamaica should be doing? You hear all the things Marcus Garvey write for the Social Development Commission? You hear all the things Marcus Garvey write for all who set them into gender policy? You hear all the things Marcus Garvey write about how we should be educated? I wonder how long ago Marcus Garvey did write that. Take a guess, man. When was the year? It's not yesterday. I must say this morning then. For it sound like the same thing then when we are asked for. You remember how to do maths the whole way? You beat your chest and call yourself a number? Beat your chest and call yourself 1914. And tell me, merciful, and tell me how long that was. Beat your chest and call yourself 1914. Oh, no, not shame on yourself. We not shame on ourselves. And we see how long Marcus Garvey give work for do. And we come out here about we wish that Marcus Garvey was here. Marcus Garvey give work for do. So one of the questions we have to ask ourselves is, how are we going to celebrate Marcus Garvey's birthday in 2014 to mark the 100th anniversary of the establishment of the UNIA? Garvey do him work, and him leave work for us to do. And it don't mean for we stand up and lament and say, Lord, if Marcus Garvey was here. Black people, Jamaican people, Marcus Garvey picnic. Get up and work, man. We have work for do. You ready? Me say we're ready when you're ready if you come get rid of Babylon. And we need to talk to our politicians so that them hear and understand what we mean. We need to give a hand to all the politicians who come out here today. Clap them. Clap them, man. For we want them to hear what we have to say, and we also want to hear what they have to say. See, one of them up here, so you don't recognize him. Anybody recognize the Member of Parliament for Western St. Mary? Sisters and brothers, respect due. For we're going to give him work to do to you know. Him is not just coming here to bring a message. Him is coming here to take back a message. So let us hear the message from the Member of Parliament, Mr. Julian Silvera.
Thank you very much. I must also say before I read this message that we have to salute the IrieFM team and the sponsors, because this event has grown over a period of time, and I'm happy for it to be moved here, and I hope that this is a permanent home for such an event. So big up IrieFM, you deserve it. The other thing which I'm going to say, which might not fall on good ears, is that also Marcus Garvey believed in the political leadership to steer black people to prosperity. So it's not all the time we can just get up and burn politicians. We have to support them sometime, because it is his message. It is his message which we carry forth, because we need black people and everybody on a whole to ensure that they understand themselves as a human being, understand the principles which he stood for, and then we can emulate those things in life, and it would make us a much better person and a much better nation. The message from Marcus Garvey, shall the Negro be exterminated? The black man stands at the crossroads of human destiny. He is at the place where he must either step up, go forward, or backward. If he goes backward, he dies. If he goes forward, it will be with the hope of a greater life. Those of us who have developed our minds scientifically are compelled by duty to step out among the millions of the unthinking masses and convince them of the seriousness of the age in which we live. From Adam and Eve, we are either on the way to higher racial existence or racial extermination. This much is known and realized by even thoughtful race and nation. Hence, we have the death struggle of the different races of Europe and Asia in the scramble of the survival of the fittest race. As we look at things, we see that the great world in which he lived has undergone much change since the time of creation. The tragedy of race extinction, when the colonists of the Americans desired possession of the land, they saw that the aboriginal Arawak race was in their way. What did they do? They got hold of them, killed them, and buried them underground. These are the things that strike the thoughtful African as being dangerous, and these are the things that cause us who make up the Universal Negro Improvement Association to be fighting tenaciously for the purpose of building up a stronger African race, so as to make it impossible for us to be exterminated in the future, to make room for the colonizers, even as the North American Indian has been exterminated, to make room for the great white man on the North American continent. The illiterate and shallow-minded African who can see no farther than his nose is now the greatest stumbling block in the way of the race. He tells us that we must be satisfied with our own conditions, that we must not think of building up a nation of our own, that we must not seek to organize ourselves racially, but that we must depend upon the good feeling of the other fellow for the solution of the problem that now confronts us. This is a dangerous policy, and it is my duty to warn the 400 million Africans of the world against this kind of leadership. A leadership that will try to make Africans believe that we all will be well without their taking up on themselves the task of bettering their conditions politically, industrially, educationally, and otherwise. The time has come for those of us who have the vision of the future to inspire our people to a closer kinship, to a closer self, because it is only through the appreciation of self will we be able to rise to that higher life that will make us not an extinct race in the future, but a race of men fit to survive. These are the words of Marcus, the Most Right Honorable Marcus Mosiah Garvey. All the best.
Thank you very much, MP, Mr. Julian Silvera. Clap him, man, for bringing us those words of Marcus Garvey. A reminder that we have to take responsibility for our own condition and the condition of our children. And one of the things that we have to take responsibility for is for educating ourselves. What we don't know, we find out. All of we now have some little phone you can go and Google things, don't it? All of us don't live too far from a library. And one of the things we are finding out, we know from long time that not everything in the history book is so it go. And one of the things that we are finding out is that them tell us that the Taínos them dead off, don't it? The Taínos them dead off within little bit of years of Columbus' arrival. Take a good look on the stage and tell me if you see anybody who look like anything that them describe to you in any history book of what the Taínos supposed to look like. We used to call them Arawaks. Now we know better. We call them Tainos. We are so pleased and so honored to have the original peoples who walk up and down this land. You know that they found artifacts on this property from 600 AD. Long before Columbus' parents born. There were Tainos on this property. We need to honor that. Honor that with a round of applause. And we honor that by reminding ourselves that every day in Jamaica, we walk on sacred ground. Not just when we go to church, or the temple, or the mosque, but maybe right outside your back door where you live, you are walking on sacred ground. That means every step that we make, we must step as if we are sacred people. I want to invite my sister, my friend, Fofie, to introduce us properly to our Taino sisters and brothers who are visiting us on this very special occasion of Marcus Garvey's 126th.
You say your family can't unkind to you. Why my sister asked me to come up here to introduce ghosts?
Oh.
Cause if then they don't, my sister no must ghost me introduce.
I must that.
So why you so unkind to me? Me no know nothing about that story, you know.
Cause we know say it's not ghost.
You sure no ghost?
I'm very sure.
You're sure? You pinch them?
Make a pinch one.
You pinch one? Oh, and a ghost. Pinch all of them. And as you pinch them, we tell them who them. Yes. So this is the first one to pinch. That is you remember when we were at school and tell me about cacique? Well, it's Cacique Roberto Mucaro Borrero. The Taino man. And who next should it pinch? She pinched the neck. She pinched the next big chief beside. Okay. Cacique Rene Sibanakan. Them are rejoice, them so happy. Uno should have there this morning to feel how them happy. Yes. You didn't bring it? Me tell you if you bring it, you forget it? No, okay. Sitting beside the talking drums, and I'm not going to tell you what their name because we're going to learn later, is Kiara Sibanakan, our youngest Taino member, and we call her Grandma. She's the elder among us today. Next to her is her uncle, Shetaruti Sibanakan. He's going to be our first speaker today, and what he's going to tell you about is the story of this drum.
Peace. Great things. Before we discuss this drum here, I wanted to take a moment to speak on the Taino Restoration Movement. Roughly 2 decades ago, our elders took it upon themselves to embrace and take the responsibility to rebuild the nation. We are the indigenous nation of the Greater Antilles and the Northern Lesser Antilles. And we were never exterminated. We survived. We continue to survive. And in tone or in light of the Taino Restoration Movement, we look at survival as a blessing, but survival is not enough. We work and we strive in nation building so that we can thrive rather than simply survive, because we've been surviving for 500 years. It's time now that we begin to thrive in our homelands as we once did. So I mean, the opportunity to speak to you all today, you know, it couldn't have come at a better time than the day we honor Marcus Garvey. You know, because the brother was fiery. His emphasis on education personally influenced me. You know, and it reflects in the work that we do. You know, the Taino Restoration Movement is built on the same idea of nationalism, of returning to our culture, of building businesses and becoming self-sufficient. Right? Now, the goal of the Taino Restoration Movement is very simple. The goal of our movement is to recover from the transatlantic Holocaust. And I want everybody here to remember, when in our school, when we teach, we do not distinguish between the African Ma'afa and the Native American Holocaust or the 500-year war. We don't speak of it as two separate phenomena or two separate events. We talk about the transatlantic Holocaust, which was the genocide and the destruction, the slaughter and the conquest of the native peoples of this side of the Atlantic and the other side of the Atlantic, which is both home to us as native people. You know, so in our efforts, we embrace our culture, we embrace the heritage that our ancestors have left us, but we don't only look to the art and to the history and to the music and to the dance. We also accept the elements of heritage that are not so colorful. That is the socio-economic marginalization that we were forced into. You know, as soon as they landed on Friday, October the 12th, 1492, they began a process of genocide and conquest that was 14 years in the making, at least. So it began in 1492, but it was at least 14 years prior to that Columbus was plotting and scheming. Oftentimes they teach us of the contact between the Europeans and the New World. They speak of it as if it's something that just happened to happen. This guy was just wandering in the ocean looking for lands to discover. He came and stumbled upon some Indians and they didn't understand each other, so they began fighting and we lost. That's how they teach it. The man came over here with a premeditated plan of conquest, and that's how he pitched the idea to the King of Portugal, to the King of England, to the nobles of Spain, and to the Crown of Spain. This was a premeditated business arrangement. They sat down, they had a meal, they decided how much of the bounty was going to be given to Columbus, how much was going to be given to the Crown. This was a business arrangement. And the people who fell victim to this arrangement were Native and African people. So we speak of a transatlantic Holocaust, one struggle, one war. When we engage in this work, we look to gain as much knowledge of ourselves as possible so that we can rebuild. But I would say the most important part of that is looking to the past so that we can have something to tell the babies. And that's much more than just, this is our culture, this is how we did things, this is how we spoke. As important as those things are, we need to tell them who to swing at today. That's what the elder is here for. He showed me who to swing at, who to look to, and how to proceed forward. So what you're going to see now is something we do called Maya Wakana Hyaka, which means talking drum, and it illustrates the conversation between 3 generations of Taino people. So when you go back home and people say, well, the Tainos were extinct, you can tell them, I saw 3 generations of them today. 3 generations.
to Jamaica, there's only one radio station I listen to. IrieFM.
My dad is the East Indian, which it was one land, one Indian. Thanks.
Before I turn the mic over, I just want to say one thing. I would like for everybody, if there's anything that you take away from this, other than that this is the beginning of a dialogue. When you hear of the Taino nation of the Antilles, remember the words we say, Waritga Waurokotino, Waritga Watsabarana, Watsabarana, Watsabarawa. We remember our ancestors. We remember their war, and their war is our war. So when you hear of the Taino Restoration Movement, remember we are revolutionaries. Decided on its emblem and put together this flag to represent the restored Taino nation. They chose a symbol that is found throughout the island called the soul of Hayuya, the son of Hayuya, also known or referred to as the solar serpent. These frog legs represent the coqui that sings in Puerto Rico. When you hear us playing our Mayawakan, we are imitating or singing along, rather, with the coqui that sings in El Yunque throughout Puerto Rico from sundown to sunup. And they symbolize the fertility that those little frogs, those tiny little frogs represent. The blue backdrop here is the Caribbean sky. You see it also in the Cuban flag. You see it in the real flag of the Republic of Puerto Rico, not the Commonwealth. The Commonwealth color is a colonial blue. That is not our flag. That is not our flag. When you see the sky blue, when you see the triangle in the sky blue, it's the same sky blue. That is one of our flags, along with the flag of Jamaica. Along with that red, black, and green, that is also our flag.
I wish to share a brief song in the ancestral language Taino. Very brief song with you. And it goes, Wan morete, tau tauka, tau hiaka, wan makua, hinale, 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 kamarukoto. Wan morete, tau tauka, tau hiaka, wan makua, hinale, 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 kamarukoto. Yeah.
Takahigua itiao, Daka Mukaro, Oriken Taino Daka. I just wanted to introduce myself in my ancestral language. And if you didn't understand that, that's okay. Neither did Columbus 500 years ago. And we're still trying to figure things out, right? From them. But basically, I introduce myself, greeting you as relatives. Because that's what we feel, that we're at home and we're family. And I just want to also say thank you so much to the organizers of this event on this auspicious occasion to honor the Right Excellent Marcus Mosiah Garvey. That's why we're here also, because basically he really spoke about understanding where you come from and using that to build you up, build up the people. And we know about that too. Our roots go deep, especially here. We'll be the deepest roots in this island, right? And all throughout the Caribbean. So we're very happy to be home among you all and to receive the hospitality. We know that you are the Taino people too. Taino means good people in our language. Good people, Taino. So you are Taino to us too. Remember, you've lived here. Your people have lived here, died here. So have ours. We're in the soil. You eat the food. We're inside you too. Right? So with that, I want to just take the time again to honor and thank IrieFM, our sister Carol, and everybody who made this possible for this moment in our collective history to happen. Because this is not only a historical moment, but this is a spiritually important moment. Our Maya brothers and sisters just spoke about the changing of a cycle, of a time cycle. Some people misinterpret that, said, oh, the Mayans thought it's the end of the world. No, it's the beginning of a new consciousness. We're the ones we've been waiting for. All of us, we're the ones we've been waiting for. So with that, I just want to emphasize what our relatives have said, my relatives, our Taino people, coming from different communities, coming together here to show solidarity, right? Even though we're from different tribes, we're showing solidarity as people, as Taino people. And that's what we really want to be here too with this family, solidarity, right? Remember our struggles. Our brother talked about linking those struggles, understanding that oppression, that erasure, and that reawakening now that we're seeing. So it's a real honor. And just one thing I just would want to emphasize is that our people, our ancestors, based their life on a philosophy of need and not greed, right? And I just want to emphasize that we're here not only for the liberation of our peoples, but we're here for the liberation of Mother Earth. So with that, I want to remember the sustenance that this island, remember, we were born in paradise. This is where we're from, right? We didn't come here for vacation. We were emerged from here. This is what our people tell us. So in that way, we were connected to everything. Everything is peoples. The trees are tribes. The fish are tribes. The insects are tribes. The birds are tribes. And that's why we honor them in what we wear too, to remember our connection with them. So in this short piece, I know we don't have much time, but I wanted to share this song. Somebody talked about simplicity earlier. And what I mentioned to them is that our elders told us that we as human beings today make things too complicated. It's really all very simple. Respect, respect for the world around you, respect for your brothers and sisters, respect for the earth, right? Treat the earth as you want to be treated. And that earth will give back to you. She has, even though we've been pulling her hair out, ruining her, raping her, this earth, she still gives to us. And that's the true meaning of love. When you see that love. Mother Earth, however you want to describe her, it's all part of the great spirit, the universe, the energy. It's us. We're inside it. We're never separate from it. So with that, I want to remember one of the great creatures that our people interacted with and harvested from the sea. And when we harvested, we always gave thanks. With everything we do, we gave thanks. Ha-hom, thank you. Sometimes some of our people will say Bo Matum, meaning you're great and generous. Bo Matum, great and generous. So this song is for the sea turtle. We say in our language the Kare. They say the time that Columbus came over, some of those turtles could be as big as fit 6 men inside those shells. Right? We don't see too many of them anymore. Overexploitation, pollution of the waters, where we get life from the ocean. Right? So I want to sing this song to them here for you today. And in the Taino tradition, the Tekina, or the song leader, sings a line, and then the Yukayeke the people, the nation, responds back. So we see how we're going to take this today. It's very easy or very simple, but profound in its simplicity. Right? I'm basically going to say a vocable. I'll sing a line, basically that communication. The first line I'm going to sing is, I lay, lay, lay. And then the people will respond like that. Then the first line I'm going to say is, Wariko kare, wariko kare. Come to us, sea turtle. That's right. You see, the Taínos are already singing. The next line I will sing, I'll say, Bomatum kare, acknowledging the generosity for the sacrifice. And although we don't fish for those turtles anymore much, even when you go to your places, wherever you go, it's like that. We give thanks for that sustenance, right? So here we go. We'll start out this way. But I use an instrument here that they use in Latin music now, but originally come from our people. Sometimes they call this guicharo, right? We call this, in the ancient word, is guaje. How you gonna tell me you're not Taínos? Like this. Daka Naboria Atabeira. We're just saying that we're here to be of service to Mother Earth. Daka Naboria Atabeira. Daka Naboria Atabeira. Daka Naboria Atabeira. Daka Naboria Atabeira, Bomatum Matabei, Bomatum, Bomatum Matabei, Bomatum, Bomatum Matabei, Bomatum, Bomatum Matabei, Bomatum, Dakanaboria Atabeira, Dakanaboria Atabeira, Dakanaboria Atabeira, Dakanaboria Atabeira, Bomatum Matabei, Bomatum, great and generous Mother Earth, Bomatum Matabei, Bomatum, Bomatum Matabei, Bomatum, Bomatum Matabei, Bomatum, Dakanaboria Atabeira,
Lakana boria atahabeira. Bomatu matabei bomatu. Bomatu matabei bomatu. Bomatu matabei bomatu. Bomatu matabei bomatu. Bomatu matabei bomatu.
One story. We are not just part of the story. We are making the story. One story, one family. Give thanks one more time, please. Give thanks. Dr. Ray Hagins has attended and completed studies in various academic institutions. Whole heap of them. But I think the biggest academic institution is the institution of life. What life has taught us. The lived experience of black people. So he have a whole heap of qualifications, but I believe he's best qualified to talk to us today about black people business. Give him a Marcus Garvey welcome.
So,
oh, ancestors, blacker than 1,000 midnights. African ancestors, it is to you that we, your children, give respect and honor. Oh, ancestors, we call upon you and we welcome you in this place. African ancestors, let your presence fill this place. Oh, ancestors who have been purposely excluded from the history books so that the world would not know of your greatness. Our African ancestors who gave civilization to the world. Our African ancestors who gave the arts to the world. Our African ancestors who gave music to the world. Our African ancestors who gave the sciences to the world. Our African ancestors who gave mathematics to the world. Our African ancestors who gave medicine to the world. Our African ancestors who gave literature to the world. Our African ancestors who gave philosophy to the world. Our African ancestors who gave God consciousness to the world. Oh, ancestors, we thank you for devoting your life to make a future for us. Your children, your grandchildren, and your great-grandchildren now stand with us, strengthen us, guide us, teach us, and protect us from the snare of our enemies. Rise up, O African ancestors, and live in us. And we will not fail to honor you. We will not fail to respect you. We will not fail to hear you. And we will not betray you. Into that we say, Ashe, Ashe, Ashe. I want to do something I didn't schedule to do, but it hit me to do this morning. My brother, if you will start that, yes. I put this song together, and it goes like this. Everybody repeat after me. The knowledge of the truth will make us free. That's how Africans ought to be. Walking every day with right knowledge in our mind. Oh, you got it. Come on, let's do this thing, man. Where's my music man go? Okay. Start it over again for me, man. Just start it back. There you go. Turn it up a little bit for me. A little bit more. I can't hear it. Yeah, it goes like this. Oh. I knew how it would feel to be free. I wish I could break all the chains that's holding me. I wish I could say all the things I want to say. I'd say them loud and I'd say them clear so the whole world could hear. The knowledge of the truth will make us free. That's how Africans ought to be, walking every day with the right knowledge in our mind. The knowledge of the truth will make us free. That's how Africans ought to be, living every day in the power of our mind. Listen, I wish I could share all the love that's in my heart. I'd remove all those things that keep us apart. I wish you could know what it means to be me. Then you'd see and agree every African should be free. The knowledge of the truth will make us free. That's how Africans ought to be, walking every day with the right knowledge in our mind. The knowledge of the truth will make us free. That's how Africans ought to be, living every day in the power of our mind. I wish we could live like we want to live, and I wish that we could give all the things that we could give. I wish we could do all the things that we can do, even though it's way overdue. We'd be starting anew. The knowledge of the truth will make us free. That's how Africans ought to be, walking every day with the right knowledge in our mind. The knowledge of the truth will make us free. That's how Africans ought to be, living every day in the power of our mind. Listen, I wish we could fly like birds in the sky. Oh, how sweet it would be if we found out that we could fly. We'd soar to the sun and look down at the sea, and then we'd sing because we'd know what it feels like to be free. Come on, knowledge of the truth will make us free. That's how Africans are. You got it? Walking every day with right knowledge in our mind. The knowledge of the truth will make us free. That's how Africans ought to be, living every day in the power of our mind. One more time. I wish we could fly like birds in the sky. Oh, how sweet it would be if we found out that we could fly. We'd soar to the sun and look down at the sea, and then we'd sing because we'd know what it feels like to be free. Come on, everybody. The knowledge of the truth will make us free. That's how Africans ought to be. Walk. Can't hear my music. Where's my music? The power of God. Oh, the knowledge of the truth will make us free. That's how Africans ought to be, living every day in the power. Come on, say it like you mean it. The knowledge of the truth will make us free. That's how Africans ought to be, walking every day with right knowledge in our mind. Oh, the knowledge of the truth will make us free. That's how Africans ought to be. Living every day in the power of our mind. Oh, the knowledge of the truth will make us free. That's how Africans ought to be. Walking every day with the right knowledge in our mind. The knowledge of the truth will make us free. That's how Africans ought to be. Living every day in the power of knowledge of the truth will make us free. That's how Africans ought to be. Walking every day with the right knowledge. Oh, the knowledge of the truth will make us free. That's how Africans ought to be. Yeah. Now I'm getting ready to ask you guys to help me sing this. Let's say knowledge one more time. The knowledge of the truth will make us free. That's how Africans ought to be. Walking every day. Now everybody repeat after me. Let me say this. We gotta be free. You and me. We must be free. Say Africa and Africans must be free. We gotta be free. You and me. Oh, we must be free. Africa and Africans must be free. We gotta be free. You and me. Oh, we must be free. Oh, Africa and Africans must be free. We gotta be free. You and me. Oh, we must be free. Africa and Africans. Now say it like this. Say, gonna be free. Oh, you and me. Oh, we must be free. Africa and Africans must be. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Okay, black folk, that's good enough for me. Come on, put those black hands together, everybody. Oh, man. Listen. In the 40 years, and I say that seriously, in the 40 years that I've been out here standing in front of people, fellowshipping with our brothers and sisters, of course, in the last 20 of those 40, being focused in African consciousness and African-centeredness, this is the first time in all of my travels that I have felt such a spiritual, powerful gathering of family. And I give thanks. I give thanks to being with my family. I want to take a moment to give thanks to the Almighty for allowing me the opportunity to be here with you in Jamaica today on such a wonderful occasion as to honor one of the greatest men who ever walked this planet. And that is the Honorable Marcus Garvey. We honor his life. We honor his deeds. We honor his contributions and his legacy. Not too very long ago, I stood up in the African village and I screamed out, "I am Marcus Garvey." And I think some folks thought I had lost my mind. But I felt the spirit of the Honorable Marcus Garvey on me that day in such a powerful way. Before I proceed any further, I'd like to take a moment to say thank you, Madasipa, Asante Sana, to those who are responsible for my being here today. I'd like to say to IrieFM, thank you. To Sister Andrea Williams, let's put our hands together for our sister. She was the first person to reach out to me. Thank you, Andrea, for helping to make this happen. When I arrived here on Wednesday, I was greeted and welcomed and hosted by one of the most dynamic brothers that my life has been touched by. I saw him many years ago in a movie called Sankofa. And even in that movie, you know, sometimes when people are in a movie, they act a character that's not really them. But in this movie, I knew that the brother who was playing Shango, that was him for real. I could feel it. And I've always admired this brother just from meeting him through a screen. On Wednesday, I welcomed the embrace from him. And I don't know if he's here today. Brother MUTABARUKA, is he here? Y'all say yeah, but I don't see him. There he is. There he is. Everybody put your hands for Brother MUTABARUKA. We love you, brother. You are loved all over the world, man. Thank you so much for all your work. To all of the dignitaries who are responsible and participated in this weekend, thank you as well. And I also take this moment before going into what I want to say to you to honor my Netter hemp. And in the ancient Nile Valley, the word Netter meant divine. The word hemp means half. So the ancient Nile Valley Africans did not use the word wife. They used the word Netter hemp, which means my divine half. So I want to honor my divine half today. Stand, baby, sir, everybody. I gave her the name Nefertari Ma'at Ra Satepen Ra. Nefertari means the most beautiful in all the world. Yeah, buddy. Ma'at Ra means one who brings the truth of God. Satepen Ra means chosen by God. So, one more time, put your hands together for my Netter hemp, my jet pillar, my backbone. Thank you, baby, for being here with me. Yeah, buddy. Now, if I was standing in a pulpit today, as most preachers do, they would open their Bible and they would read a text to you. And from that scripture text, they would choose a subject. Do I need to speak at both of these microphones? One is for broadcast, one is for recording, whatever. So I have to stay right here, huh? Okay, then I have to stand right here. Okay, not a problem. So I'm going to read a text to you today, but it's not going to be from the Bible. I want to read for my text today an excerpt of a letter that was written on February 10th, 1925, from a prison in Atlanta. And the excerpt from this letter says these words: "Look for me in the whirlwind or the storm. Look for me all around you. For with God's grace, I shall come and bring with me countless millions of black slaves who have died in America and the West Indies and the millions in Africa to aid you in the fight for liberty, freedom, and life." Do you know who said those words? Marcus Garvey wrote those words from a prison cell. And I'm going to act just like a preacher would act today and emphasize a part of that. He says, "I shall come and bring with me countless millions of black slaves who have died in America and the West Indies and the millions in Africa to aid you in the fight for liberty, freedom, and life. Everybody repeat after me. He's coming back, just like he said he would. Come on, let's say it again. He's coming back, just like he said he would. Now, before I go any further, I'm going to ask every last one of you to do something with me, and that is make a circle with your fingertips like this. Right, make a circle with your hands on this wise. Everybody, oh, you know it already, huh? Everybody look at that circle that you're making. Look at it. And repeat after me. The space inside this circle represents my realm of knowledge. All that I think I know about whatever I think I know is represented right here inside this circle. I must keep in mind that there is more to know than what is within my little circle. Look at somebody next to you and say, there's more to know. Brothers and sisters, the reason why I had you to do that illustration is because as a teacher, my job is to say something that you do not already know. If I'm saying what you already know, then I'm wasting your precious time and you're standing there for nothing. I've wasted people's money coming here, wasted a perfect trip if I only say what you already know. So my job as a teacher is to give you more information that's outside your circle. Now, I need to ask you something before I proceed. Do I have your permission? I didn't hear you. Do I have your permission to go outside your circle of awareness? I'm asking for your permission because some of the stuff I'm going to say today is going to make some of you very angry. Some of the things I'm going to say today, some of you are not going to like it because it's going to be outside of your circumference of awareness. But trust me, brothers and sisters, I did not come here to say what you like. I came here to give you the truth that will set you free. A lot of people don't want to go outside their circle of awareness. Everybody repeat after me. The mind cannot teach what it does not know. Now, if I have any pastors present today, brothers or sisters in ministry, please understand, and I want to speak to you very seriously. I am a pastor. I am a pastor of 40 years. But I've come to realize at around 25 years in that tenure, I've come to realize that the religion program that was taught to us was a device, and it still is a device, that's used to keep us powerless. It is a device that's used to keep us divided. We look at our young people in the streets and we get upset with them because they are in what we call gangs. But brothers and sisters, don't you know that our young people got that example from us church folk? You have a gang called the Baptist Church. You have a gang called the Methodist Church. You have a gang called the Pentecostal Church. Am I making sense here? And then what's deep about it is when you get out of your church, you don't even wave and speak to the other gang members. And then we get upset with our young people for participating in what we call gangs. The program that was given to us, brothers and sisters, and I'm telling y'all, everybody say he's getting ready to go outside my circle. Come on, say he's getting ready to go outside the circle. Repeat after me. Repeat after me. If they don't treat you right, they ain't going to teach you right. Most of us were raised in a program that is subliminally designed to cause us to hate ourselves. The images that were given to us. You know what? Let's take that back. They weren't given to us. They were forced on us. The images that were forced on us, that we were beaten into accepting, caused future generations of our people to forget who we are, to forget about our past, to forget where we came from, and begin to adore and honor a people that don't look like us. We held them in high esteem, and the reason why we held them in high esteem is because the Savior that they gave, y'all all right? The Savior that they gave us to look at does not look like us. My teacher, Dr. Yosef A.A. Ben Yakanin, says these words: when your God and your enslaver looks like your master and savior, you become the principal agent in your own destruction. Did y'all get what I just said? Repeat after me. When our God and our Savior looks like our masters and enslavers, we become the principal agent in our own destruction. So, brothers and sisters, let me share something with you. In looking at your circle of awareness, out of everything that you might think you know, there's something that's missing from your circle of awareness. That one thing that's missing out of your circle of awareness is called self-awareness. We don't know who we are. We don't know what we are. Now, what's really deep about it is the oppressors know who we are. The oppressors know what we are. And that's one of the reasons why they have put devices in place to keep you from ever coming into the knowledge of yourself. Over every portal, every temple door in Kemet, there are the words, man, know thyself. For in knowing thyself, thou shalt know God. We don't know ourselves. In fact, we've been taught to hate ourselves. We've been taught to not like ourselves. Do you not know one of the most wonderful things on this planet is a chemical that's standing right in front of each of us? It's called melanin. Just take a moment and look around and look at all the melanin out here. You and I, we have a chemical in us that makes us one with the sun. Everybody say, he that has the Son has life. He that hath not the Son hath not life. Now I know that verse sounds familiar to many of you, but you were taught to say the S-O-N. I'm not talking about the S-O-N. I'm talking about the S-U-N. We are people of the Son. And all we have to do is stand in the Son and get life. All we have to do is stand in the Son and get power. The people who stole us from our motherland, they know that they are not people of the Son. I am so happy today. I listened to my Taino family, who I met this weekend, and man, it was a wonderful experience. Let me tell y'all something. My goodness. When we come to grips with the reality of who and what we are, then we'll begin to understand what happened to us. My dear friend and sister, Dr. Frances Cress Welsing. Y'all know about Frances, huh? In her book, The Isis Papers, she makes it, it's pronounced Isis actually, okay? She makes it clear in her book that when the Europeans begin to circumnavigate the globe in the 14th, 15th, and 16th century, every port that they went into, there were melaninated people. And when the sailors from these ships engaged in misogynistic activity by raping women of color, the babies would come out colored. And these Europeans begin to realize that if we don't do something, that we will be genetically annihilated in a few hundred years, because our genes are recessive and these colored people's genes are dominant. This is what racism is all about. Racism is about white genetic survival. But the only way that there can be white genetic survival is to eliminate black genes. Do y'all grab what I'm saying? So they came up with a program called eugenics. Has anyone ever heard of anybody named Eugene before? Anybody ever hear that name? In case you don't know what Eugene means good genes. So they call white genes eugenes or eugenics. But they call us dysgenic. Dysgenic means bad genes. So what has happened, brothers and sisters, is they have put programs in place to be sure that black genes are decimated all over the world. Now, just so I know what kind of aware folk I'm talking to, how many of you ever heard of National Security Council Memorandum 200? Raise your hand if you know what that is. Oh my God. I don't even see 10 hands up. Well, you will know after this. Everybody say National Security Council Memorandum 200. National Security Council Memorandum 200 was put in place by the National Security Agency of the United States of America. And this program was written by Henry Kissinger. It's a program of methodical projection of what must be done to eliminate 75% of the world's non-white population by the year 2050. How many of you have heard my lectures before? If you've heard me before, you've heard me say these words. Don't take my word for what I'm saying. Go do your own research. It's National Security Council Memorandum 200, where they are implementing devices for our elimination. Now understand how deep this goes, brothers and sisters. They're doing this because they know who you are. They know what you are. The problem is you don't know who you are. You don't know what you are. And because you're absent of that awareness, you have participated in their programs for your decimation. Many of you have become victims of the vaccine programs that they have put out. Now listen, I'm going to say it. I don't care who don't like it. Don't be taking the vaccines that the white man gives you. Don't fall for that lie. There's an agenda in place here. Trust me when I tell you this. How many of you have ever heard of National Security Council Memorandum 46? Raise your hand. Wow. Not many hands. I just told you about two national security memorandums. 46, 200, and here's the other one, 46. National Security Council Memorandum 46 was written by a man named Zbigniew Brzezinski. Now, being that y'all are down here in Jamaica, maybe you don't know who this guy is. But believe me when I tell you, he has influence all over the world. Zbigniew Brzezinski was the national security advisor under President Jimmy Carter. He wrote a program called National Security Council Memorandum 46, and this is what it says. We must never allow black people to unite. National Security Council Memorandum 46. We must never allow black people to unite. We must never allow blacks in America to unite. We must never allow blacks in Africa to unite. We must never allow blacks in Africa to unite with blacks around the world, because it will become a threat to our national security interests. What are the national security interests? In the year 2000, now brothers and sisters, I'm not making this mess up. I wish I was. But what I'm telling you is real. In the year 2000, they held a summit in Johannesburg, South Africa. It was called Earth Summit 2000. 13 years ago. The topic of discussion was, how will the earth survive? Sustainable development. The leaders of the world's G8 and G20 nations sat at a table in Johannesburg, South Africa, white folk, and said, and I quote them, "It is the resources of Africa that we want. The people of Africa we can do without." You know what that means? How many of y'all saw the movie Avatar? That was about us. It's about killing off our people so that they can take the resources of the land. So you need to understand this. But the reason why most of you don't know about what I'm talking about is because most of you get most of your instruction from your preacher. The only instruction that many of you get is when you sit in church and you listen to the minister teach you, or you think he's teaching you. Now, once again, any ministers I have out here, I don't mean you no harm. I was one of you doing the same thing. For over 25 years, I preached anesthesia to the minds of our people. But the ancestors snatched me one day and shook me. The spirit of Marcus Garvey said, you did not come out of your mother's womb. And when they shook me, oh, it was a shaking too, man. I got to tell y'all. When they shook me, it turned my world around. Now, brothers and sisters, you are responsible. Don't blame the minister for you being ignorant. Especially when you got brothers like MUTABARUKA on the air. Don't blame the minister for you being ignorant. Don't blame the preacher, because most ministers only teach you what they know. I just told you, the mind cannot teach what? What it does not know. Most ministers, how many of y'all have ever heard of the book of Ephesians before? Now look at all the hands going up. See, y'all didn't know about National Security Council 46, but you know about Ephesians, right? How many of you have heard of the book of Galatians? Come on, Ray, don't be fan. Yeah, you know about, how many of y'all heard of the book of Romans before? Look at the hands going up. How many of y'all heard of the book of Acts? Y'all know about all this. Well, brothers and sisters, look at the person next to you and say, the book of Romans was written to Romans. Rome is in Italy. Now, what has that got to do with you? You want to read some books? Then you ought to be reading the book of Ethiopia. Read about the book of Kenya. Read about the book of Libya. Read about the book of Kemet. Read about the book of, am I making sense here? If you're going to get into some literature, then go get our literature. You are, now listen, when I say you are African people, y'all know what I mean? Huh? Talk back to me, you know what I mean? Now the reason why I asked you, do you know what I mean? I'm getting ready to go outside some of your circle now. Okay? Because the truth of the matter is, the word Africa is taken from a white man named Scipio Africanus. Okay, so when I say I'm an African, I only say that so people will know what landmass I'm talking about. But the truth of the matter is, everybody say, I am an Alkeebulanian. Everybody say Alkeebulan. Let me spell it for you so you know. A-L-Kebulan. Alkeebulan. Now let's say it. Alkeebulan. Come on, let me hear you. That was the name of our motherland before it was invaded by the invaders. Now let's deal with that for a moment. Everybody say 2,345 years ago. 2,345 years ago. Now see, most of us talk about, I've lost my track of time here. Most of us talk about what happened when we were kidnapped out of Africa a little over 500 years ago. But actually, brothers and sisters, the invasions of our people go back to 2,345 years ago or before, when the Greeks invaded Africa. And yeah, the Persians first, then the Greeks, then the Romans, then the Arabs. So we have been deculturalized over and over and over and over again. Every time an invader comes, they remove the awareness of the people and replace that awareness with what they want the people to know. And then when the babies are born, they're born into a lie. Did y'all get what I just said? Can I go outside your circle? All right, everybody repeat after me. The religion that was forced upon us is a lie. I asked your permission. I asked your permission to go outside your circle. The religion that was forced upon us is a lie. Now hear me. Hear me as I tell you. Everybody repeat after me. As long as I am looking through the lenses of a lie, I will never know the truth. Many of us are wearing the lenses of a European religion. Many of us are wearing the lenses of an Arabic religion. Some of you know this. Now follow me because I'm getting ready to go outside your circle again. Some of you know this. So you know what you did? You took the religion that the white man gave you and dipped it in chocolate. It's the same message. The same characters. Only thing you did is you made them chocolate. You made them black. So the powers that be are sitting back looking at us and laughing, saying, it's okay for them to make Jesus black. It's okay. As long as they keep believing the same story, what difference does it make? Can I go outside your circle some more? On yesterday, I heard the son of the Honorable Marcus Garvey, Dr. Julius Garvey, say something. And when he said it, I had to grab my Netta by her hand because I was ready to jump up out my chair. He said these words. He said, Marcus Garvey was a Christ. That's what he said. But that's not all he said. He said, now follow me. He said, not only was Marcus Garvey a Christ, Malcolm X was a Christ. Haile Selassie was a Christ. Are y'all getting this? Then he went on to say, and you are Christ. Now let me break this down for you a little bit. Because the only Christ that many of you have been taught about is a blonde-haired, blue-eyed, Caucasian. Brothers and sisters, the whole reason why that image was created was to take the focus off of you. As long as you stop seeing who you are and you don't know who you are, then you have no choice but to depend on what they say you are. Here I go outside your circle some more. The circle getting big now, okay? Look at somebody next to you. Look at the person next to you and say, like it or not, no one is coming to save you. Don't be angry with me because I tell you the truth. You see, our problem is because we are sitting back looking for a savior. He ain't got here yet. My great-grandmother. Now, brothers and sisters, I'm not trying to be insensitive. I don't have a lot of time, so I got to get right to the point. My great-grandmother told me when I was a little boy, about 6 years old, she said to me, Jesus is on his way back. I am now 60 years old. It takes him a long time to get here. So I had to come to grips with the reality that this entire concept was given to us by the people who enslaved us. And the reason why they gave you that, are y'all all right? Okay. The reason why they gave us that story is so that you would look for a rescuer, so that you would look to the sky for somebody to come back in a cloud so you could get caught away and rejoice. Family, that is not going to happen. And because we have been waiting for that to happen, we are in the condition we are in today. Do you hear what I'm saying to you? It's so important for you to understand that as long as you are looking for somebody to come save you, you will not do what's necessary to save yourself. So I came to Jamaica to tell you, stop looking to other Christs and realize that the Christ is in you. You are the Christ. You are Heru. You are Ma'akaru. The power of righteousness, truth, justice, harmony, balance, reciprocity is already in you. And as long as you keep saying, our Father who art in heaven, brothers and sisters, please free your mind. Free your mind. Stop talking to an image in the sky. There's nothing out there that's going to help you. I'm going to quote a passage out of the Quran. In the Quran, the 13th surah, the 11th verse, it says these words. Now, mind you, even the Quran says this. It says, Allah will not change the condition of a people until they change it themselves. Are you getting this? So, if you don't make change, change is not coming. Your redemption is in your hands. Your power is in your hands. Your deliverance is in your hands. You don't need anybody to tell you what God said. Listen to the Spirit of God in you. It's time. I came to Jamaica to reiterate the words of the man whose spirit I carry. I'm looking at you beautiful black people. I'm tired of seeing the pain on your face. I'm looking at you beautiful black people. You have the answers to everything the world needs, but you don't realize it because you're so busy being what they want you to be that you haven't stopped to be what you can be. Stop fulfilling their ideas of what you're supposed to be. You are the people of God. I will close with this analogy and show you how this works. How many of you guys have ever heard of the book of Genesis? Raise the hand. Come on. I love it. Y'all know about that. All right. In the 11th chapter of Genesis, we read about a story about a people who were accomplishing great things. And the story goes like this. Notice I said the story. Did y'all hear what I said? What did I say? The story. Okay? Please understand. Can I go outside your circle again? Don't go outside? Yeah, go. I'm going whether you like it or not. Okay? Outside your circle, everybody repeat after me. Not one thing mentioned in the Bible ever happened. Repeat after me. Repeat after me. Not one person mentioned in the Bible from Adam in the Garden of Eden to John on the Isle of Patmos, not one person mentioned ever lived. Now that went way outside your circle, didn't it? See, here's the problem. Here's the problem. When the powers that be can create a story and put it in print and give it to you and tell you that the story that they made up is the Word of God, then they got your mind. So the ancestors sent Marcus Garvey, Brother Ray Hagins, to free your African mind. Are y'all hearing me? Now, I know some of you having a problem with what I'm saying. Believe me, I had a problem with it too. But what I'm telling you is the truth. It's the truth that will make you free. Because once you stop looking through the lenses of the lie, once you take off the lenses of the lie, you'll be able to say, I can see clearly now, the lie is gone. You got me? So, as I look at you, my family, as I close, I have to say today to you, please understand, I share everything I'm saying with you in love. One love for one people. You are a mighty people. You have been left out of the history books. You are a mighty people, and because you don't see yourself as you really are, you have been living a life of powerlessness. And the powers that be have been making you do what they want you to do. It's time to stop that now. It's time for change. A lot of people don't like change because change is not comfortable. Knowledge brings, everybody say knowledge brings change. Once you learn more than you knew, it changes you. Knowledge brings change. So as I take my seat, I want to say to all of you brothers and sisters who have so lovingly welcomed my queen and I here to Jamaica, get up from where you are. Lift up your head. Begin to see the truth about your African selves. Up, you mighty people. You can accomplish what you will. Why do I say that? In the book of Genesis, the 11th chapter, people begin to do some great things. And the story says, God looked down and saw that the people were one. And the Bible says in the story that God said, let us go down and confound their language. Because if we don't do that, these people are so together, they are in so much unity, that they will be able to accomplish whatever they put their minds to do. Now, let me tell you what the pastor did not tell you. The word God or the Lord in that verse does not mean the Almighty God. The word Lord in that verse comes from a derivative of the word Yehovah, which means the ruling ones in power. Not the one almighty creator of all, but the ones who are in power. See, the Almighty doesn't have to come down to see anything. But the ones who are in power got to come check you out. They got to come see what you're doing. And as they said, we got to stop these people from becoming one. Because if we don't stop them, whatever they decide to do, they will accomplish. So what did the ruling ones in power do? They divided us. They separated us. They said, let's go down and confound their language so they can't understand each other. So they have a problem communicating with each other. And that's what we're doing right now. We're arguing over stuff that they made up. We're having discussions about lies that they wrote, wasting our time. So let's get back to who we are. Grab your neighbor by the hand. Grab somebody's hand near you. Put your hand on their shoulder. Let's become one right now. Connect with somebody all over this place. And everybody repeat after me and say it as loud as you can. Oh, ancestors, help me to rise up and be the person I can be. Oh, ancestors, help me to love my brother, love my sister, protect my brother, protect my sister. Oh, ancestors, help us to rise up as a mighty people and accomplish whatever we will. Ashe, Ashe, Ashe. Thank you for listening.